Hi, folks. Larry Rolla here. As usual, I screwed up again. I'm 2 minutes late. We're trying to get our two friends on, but let me bring the other three on. We're going to try a six job tonight. Here's Joe,
Hey, hello.
Joe, Eddie, and Anthony. We're
Hey,
waiting for
everybody.
Ron and another newcomer if he figures out how to get on here.
Can't get to the starting gate.
We
Yeah.
can't get it.
You had a recall.
Recall.
Joe, turn your phone around.
Yeah, turn it around.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to call me. Andy. What happened? Guillermo Mort.
Oh,
Don't curse to death. Don't curse.
hey, what'd you think of the big race?
I had the winner. I told you the
You
horse.
did.
The
You
Japanese.
did, Eddie. I have the race if you want to see it.
Yeah, we'll watch it.
Yeah.
As soon as we get everybody on.
Yeah.
No, I love that horse. The way he raced in the Derby and the last year Breeders' Cup. That horse didn't race in a year.
Man.
Sierra Leone, you don't see it in the replay, but when he was making his move, he's still sideways up against that horse and could never really turn him loose. And once again, he went from the sixth path all the way. Once he got clear of that horse, he come all the way in. But I'm sick and tired of talking about him. It's his last race of the year. Good luck to him. And I see he had a ring bid on him this week.
All right. I put it in present, Larry, so whenever you want it, it's there.
Okay. Let's see. Add to stage. Here's Joe. There was Joe.
I started on the bottom. I wound up on the top. There he is.
All right, you hear me?
So now I'm on the right.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, you put Andrew, right?
Yeah.
Andrew, small letters.
ANDREWSANTERAMO.
Okay, he says all small letters, 723 at AOL.com.
That's what I did. I'm going to do it again right now.
Andrew Santeramo. Small letters.
Right.
No spaces.
Let me see if I can send this now.
Ron didn't get his either.
Okay.
What a
Okay.
cruise.
I'll send them both again.
The gang that couldn't shoot straight, they call us. Huh?
I think everybody that watches us knows that we screw up all the time.
We're misfits.
No, don't we? We don't speak French.
We, monsieur.
You. No, we.
I sent Ron's again. I just sent Ron's again. Now I'm going to send Anthony's again.
Andy.
Me. Don't send me one.
Time
Put
Ron
all
gets
small
to be on the truck.
All small letters.
No spaces.
No spaces. His name comes right up anyway. I'm going to do it again.
What?
A N.
But did you put a small A? A small letter A?
Yeah.
Okay. ANDREWSANTERAMO 723 at AOL.com.
723.
I forwarded him one too, just in case you don't get yours. I forwarded him with a link.
AOL.com. Okay, this will be the fourth one.
We'll be on Wednesday morning soon.
Okay, well, I shut my phone off, so.
I forwarded him one too, just
Oh,
in
what
case.
about Ron? Send Ron one too.
I don't know Ron's email address.
Hang in there, folks. We'll be with you. Hang
Well,
in.
let's say hello, Sundance. Hello.
Yeah, might as well be going down the line here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go down the line.
Okay. Elwood Blues, Rolla Time, Sundance, hi Larry, Sundance, hello everybody, Sundance, hi Joe, and all the others. Sundance, please hit the like button, ring the bell, and subscribe. Mind your P's and Q's. Jesse Black, Sock Puppets will promptly bounce out of here. Eric, congrats to Flavian, Part 7 winner Sunday, all-time record. Howard Lieberman, hello my friends, my favorite foursome. Steve.
Okay, I send another one to Ron. Well, here's Andy. There's Andy.
All right.
All right.
I'll sit up and talk to him. Where am I? Hey,
You got nice feet.
All right. We got it. Now we got to get Ron. What a bunch of misfits you guys are.
Look, it's frozen. What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, Andrew.
We're waiting for one more guy, Andy.
Well,
Andy, you got to get closer. You're all the way down in Chicago.
yeah.
Let me turn my phone back on.
What do I look like, a movie producer?
And you
Come
got to
on,
get closer
Nick,
to your phone.
How's this? Any more, I'll be in the TV.
Come on in.
Make your screen bigger.
I don't know how to do it. I'll let my kid do it.
He just has, I don't know if he can make the screen bigger. He might just have to come closer.
I don't know. Yeah, the
You
screen
gotta
ain't getting
come
bigger.
closer, buddy.
I don't know if he can make the screen bigger. He might just have to come closer.
If I come any closer, I'll be eating the thing.
Well, your son is right in front of it. Get
Right there, look.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go. I gotta hold it like this. How's that, better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Good. I just gotta hold the freaking thing in my hand.
What was that?
A bit of doom.
Yeah. Eddie, you're a thoroughbred
You
man, Eddie.
filthy dog.
What?
My man Eddie's a thoroughbred man now.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
good one too.
All right, here comes Ronnie.
Ronnie,
Larry's
okay,
the
get
best,
the truck
Eddie.
ready, Ron.
Good one too. Ron was here.
That's it.
Ron's
Where are
coming.
you, Ron?
Ron will be in a minute.
Come on, Ron.
I'm still on.
Andy, how
There
you
we go.
feeling, man?
I'm still here.
God bless. I know you went through rough times, man. Wow.
I had two heart
Yeah.
operations and 2 more heart procedures.
Right.
We got about 3 surgeries on my shoulders and my, what do they call these things? Rotator cuffs. My
Yeah.
colon, they surgery on my colon.
Yeah.
We all should have died of lead poisoning by now, so don't worry about it.
That's it.
Whose TV is on?
Mine.
Oh, okay. We could hear it.
There. That's you. You heard yourself.
All right.
How's that?
Let me
Perfect.
just get Ron on, and then we'll start
That's
this.
good.
We're live right now, but
Yeah,
He
we're
was just
live.
here.
we got.
Ron was just here.
Yeah, I know, but he disappeared.
There's no pictures. Doc.
His name's there.
Yeah, I know, but he's not here. Let me turn my phone back on and call him.
Boy.
Larry, you're the best, Larry. Only you can
Everybody
orchestrate this.
I never have this problem. Every
Huh,
other
Joe?
He
week,
can fix. Hey, Andy, he can fix
What?
races, but he can't fix his computer.
It's not, trust me, give him some time. If you can make money doing it, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's right.
Who else could do this? Who else would think about orchestrating something like this? Only Larry.
Larry.
all right, my
Yeah.
phone is starting up. I got to shut my phone off.
Scary Larry.
All right. Ron Wood.
I remember when I first heard that he
I
wrote
gotta
a
check
book,
my
I said,
phone.
holy shit, I got to read this.
All right.
You read the book, Andy?
What are you kidding me or what? As soon as I heard about it, I know the author. I'm friends with the author. He knows that.
Yeah.
There's Ron. Okay.
I know the.
Hey.
There you are. Okay.
Okay. Hi,
There he
everybody.
is. Hey, Ron.
Hi. How you
Ron, how you
doing?
doing? Ron, you know Andy, right?
Yeah, of course.
Ronnie,
How
how
you
you
doing,
doing,
Andy?
Ronnie?
Good. How you been?
Hey, Ronnie, you got six
Yes.
right here to put on the truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
full
right.
load.
That'd be good. That'd be good. How's everybody? All right tonight?
Everybody's good,
Yeah,
Ron.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing
How
We're
are you,
okay
Anthony?
now.
I'm
Yeah.
good, Ron.
Oh,
How
that's
you
good.
doing?
What?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I spoke to Joe today. Eddie, you doing good, right?
Yeah, I'm in there, bud. Good.
All right, good. All right. Well, I'm
Oh.
glad we finally made it on. I just went off and came back on, like Larry says.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
good.
We're only 12 minutes late. Not too bad.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, not your
It's
fault.
been worse.
All right. Before we go on, I want to hear everything about Andy because last time I saw him, we had dinner at what's the Italian joint there in Florida?
Gianni's.
Gianni's. Yeah. And since then, I think you had a couple of real bad operations. Tell me what they are, because I really don't know. I know one with your shoulder. I don't know about the heart. I just heard. So tell us what happened.
Well, the first major one was when I first came to Florida, like about 14 years ago, actually. They had to put a cow valve in me, replace a valve in my heart. And my heart was shut, so they had to replace it with a cow valve. Years ago, they used to use a pig valve or a mechanical valve. But now these days they're using a cow valve, believe it or not. And now here it is. It lasted me almost 14 years. And then it wore out. And unfortunately, when they first did the surgery on me, that was supposed to be 2 hours. It ended up being 8.5 hours. I spent 2 hours on life support. Everything shut down on me, all my organs, my kidneys, my liver, my lungs collapsed. I have life support for 2.5 hours. So thank God I made it through. But now here I am 14 years later, that valve's no good. And in order to take it out, naturally, they got to crack me open again. So they don't think that my body's going to be able to survive it this time because I almost didn't survive 14 years ago when I was a lot younger. And I didn't have COPD then, and I didn't have cirrhosis of the liver then. And I was a lot stronger. Right. So they had to come up with a new plan. They put an artificial valve. They had to get permission from the insurance company because it cost the hospital $40,000 just for the valve. And they inserted this valve.
A TAVR. Is it called a TAVR?
Correct. And they put that into the cow valve. And they just inserted it, kind of like plugging the old cow valve, more or less.
Right.
I put a smaller spigot into a bigger spigot. So now the flow of the blood, is not going to come out as fast. And now it wasn't coming out at all like they expected. They thought maybe they put a defective valve in me. This was after going through the surgery and having it put in me and everything. And so they put me on blood thinners, Eliquis.
Yeah, I'm on Eliquis too.
Yeah.
Is the blood mixed with milk now?
I don't know, Joe. All I know is I had to take this damn thing called Eliquis.
Yeah, I got it. I take it.
And what it did was it had a reaction to my colon, and it made my colon rupture and bleed out. Yeah. So I was bleeding out internally, not even knowing until I went to the bathroom. Then I realized it. And P.S. I was back in the hospital for 3 days getting pints of blood put back in me. They put me in a, what do they call that? Like a CAT scan or a PET scan, one of them damn things.
Yeah.
And a colonoscopy, and they still couldn't find where the bleeding was coming from. So guess what? They send me home. If it bleeds again, come back. This is the hospital, my right-handed gut. 3 days later, I bled again. I almost bled out in my backyard because I was in a jacuzzi. I came out of the jacuzzi, almost bled out. 911 had to come and get me, the whole 9 yards. Pick me up, get me going, and then I had to go to the hospital, get more blood, the whole schmeal. This was after I go through 3 surgeries for my shoulders already, so they know me by first name there. I got carte blanche, anything I want there. But I'm still here to talk about it.
Wow, I didn't know you've been through all of that. My God.
Yeah.
How do you feel? I mean, you can get around.
Yeah, I'm good.
He's better than ever.
I'm good.
You
I
walk.
just had lunch with Joe with Gianni's
Oh,
just the other day.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. That's not it. I got the picture right here.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, you look good there.
I was only a few days ago.
Oh, you look good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Who's them other 2 guys?
Bobby Van Ostren.
That's him on the end, right?
Yeah, you remember Larry Van Ostren, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's his nephew. And Joe Sinzeri. I don't know if you remember him.
No, I don't.
And you remember the big lug in the middle there. Oh, yeah, he's on TV with us now.
Yeah.
Boy,
The
oh
big
boy.
lugs.
Oh, you look good there. That's good.
Thanks, Larry. Listen, I'm like an old beat-up Cadillac. You know, you shine it all up, you wax it, it looks really nice.
Come back.
You open up the freaking hood, there's nothing underneath. You know, what cobwebs, the motor's shot.
Yeah. We know that feeling.
You know, there's
Yeah,
2
you're a
guys
tough
in
man.
harness racing that I always had fun around. You were one of them. You're always laughing, crazy, and good, and really good. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but you were a hell of a you were a really good driver. You were really good, and I know you when you were really bad. You weren't really bad, but you were really bad. But I understand that.
Sure, you were my mentor.
Yeah.
I idolized you. You were my mentor.
And oh, now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh,
2 guys.
and I had 2 guys that I had the most fun when I was out with, and that I could really relate to. And the other one was a guy you probably don't remember him. His name was Junior Scarata. Little short, chubby guy, but funny as hell. I brought him to the Concord with me one night. He got drunk. He went on the stage. This is in front of like 1,500 people at Concord Lounge House.
Oh,
Start singing, and before you know it, the band started joining in with him. And oh, what a night it was! I was there with Lou Gigani and me. I forget who else was there, but he was a funny guy, just like you. I enjoyed. You always smiling, always laughing. even in this picture here. After all you've been through, you're standing there. Oh boy.
that's why I'm smiling. I'm still here.
That's what kept him alive, his charm.
Listen, between
Andy.
the physical shit going on inside of me and the wrecks I've been in the car and horse racing and all the near deaths I've had, I know that I'm living testament there is a God. Anybody that doesn't think there's
You
a
got
God,
that right, Andy.
they don't know me. I'm
That's
living
right.
proof. I'm only here because of God.
They
That's
don't.
right,
They,
Andy.
they
Right.
actually don't know anything.
No.
Andy,
How
it's
old,
great to see
Andy,
you,
how
man.
old are you now?
69.
Oh,
I'm
dinner
still a
Andy,
kid,
when you
right,
were
Larry?
Andy, when you were at Gianni's, did you see his son, the big tall guy?
Yeah,
John?
but I really wasn't too friendly with him. I drove for his father. I got a picture of me winning with
Yes.
one of his horses when he had horses with Jim McDonald.
Spiro. He died a
Yeah.
couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
right
place
after
is
his
1
wife.
mile from my house.
Right after his wife.
Yeah.
See, I got something on my thing. There it goes.
Yeah.
I thought I messed it up. Larry, we used to have some good
Ron, your house in Florida is 1 block from
1 mile.
1 mile. Oh,
Yeah, that's on Gianni's is on Atlantic Avenue, right over Federal, and I'm 1 mile up A1A by 14th Street Causeway.
right by the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're west of Federal,
No, I'm
No,
east of
he's
Federal.
east.
east of Federal. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on A1A, right on the
Oh,
water.
you're on A1A. Okay.
Yeah,
That's just
yeah,
before
right
the water.
between
Joe. It's the last
Atlantic and
one.
14th
Yeah,
Street
yeah,
Causeway. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
by
that
Houston's
restaurant,
and all
that restaurant that Andy is talking about, Gianni's, I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys know about, they do more business for lunch than most restaurants do for dinner.
place
Oh,
was
forget
packed.
about it.
Yeah, it's
the
unbelievable
food
what they do
parking
for
lot's
lunch.
packed.
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 At 11 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
11 o'clock in the morning. Till I
The
don't know
food is-
how long. They're packed.
Yeah, 2:30 they were chasing us out to get ready for dinner.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
You can't park in the place. It's crazy.
No.
No.
Crazy.
They got good food though.
Very good. And
You must.
consistent. And consistent. Very good, Joe.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Listen, you want to start off watching this race, and we'll get that over with. This is the Breeders' Cup, so we'll play this, and then we'll have something to talk to Eddie about.
In the Breeders' Cup Classic, Baeza was off to a slow beginning. Fierceness goes out to the early lead and runs straight today and straight to the front. Contrary Thinking now moves up alongside of him, and Contrary Thinking will take the lead. Forever Young is close. He's right there on the outside, and Fierceness is down toward the rail. Then comes Mind Frame and Antiquarian. Journalism is guided inside by Jose Ortiz. Nevada Beach is along the rail. Baeza is second last, leading only last year's winner, Sierra Leone, has the opening quarter mile in 23.04
That
seconds.
horse comes from left field.
Contrary
It's
Thinking out
amazing.
there doing his job. He's in front by 2 lengths.
Hey,
Ever Young on the
Joe.
outside of Fierceness, second and
Yeah.
third. Break of two to Nevada Beach, who's down toward the rail. Mind Frame on the far outside. Journalism between those two, just
me
4
a
from the
favor.
front.
Text Angie
Antiquarian
back, say I'm
gets
holding
3
the damn
back
thing.
to Sierra Leone and Baeza. 45.97 was the half mile. With 5 furlongs to run, Contrary Thinking leads the field up the Breeders' Cup Classic in front by a half a length. With Forever Young right alongside. Mind Frame just to the outside of them, makes it 3 in a line. Fierceness just in behind with Journalism to his outside. Then Nevada Beach. Baeza,
What a
Sierra
tight
Leone between
bunch.
them and Antiquarian is the trailer. Around the far turn, Forever Young pokes his head in front. Mind Frame and now Journalism confronts them. As Contrary Thinking drops back, Baeza is 4 wide. Fierceness in behind horses. Sierra Leone is right in contention too as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And they're into the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Forever Young turns for home with the lead. Journalism is second. Sierra Leone, Fierceness, 1 off the rail. Still Forever Young to catch. Fierceness is coming. Sierra Leone and Journalism, they're coming to the finish. And it is Forever Young. Celebrate Japan! They won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone was second.
Okay, I got to tell you one thing. The only thing that bothered me there, and I know it's planned. I know it's
I got to fix
probably
it so that I don't have to hold this no more.
just that.
For me.
You would never put Willie Pep was a featherweight fighter, and to put Willie Pep in with Joe Lewis,
that's
who was
good.
a heavyweight champ.
Good.
Both
Yeah.
of them were champions. Both of them were human beings, but it's not fair if you put Willie Pep in with Joe Lewis. I feel the same way about this. You take a horse that clearly don't belong with these horses. You put them in the race as a rabbit, so the first half goes fast, and it did. And you could see the first half mile, he's chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing. And then after a half mile, when he did his job, he takes him back. And I don't know if I would do the same thing, probably, because I mean, it's a $7 million purse. And without that, Sierra Leone would have no shot. But it's the only thing that I saw that I liked is that after the half, he just took him back to last. But you know, it's not in one way, it's not fair to the horse. It's not fair to his head. It's not fair for anything. but I guess that's what you have to do.
Well, what I think, what I seen with that race there, for number one, Forever Young dictated the pace with that pace setter. They went 22:45, which is a hell of a fast quarter. And they had Mind Control, which is Fierceness. That's Rapoli's other horse. So you had two against this horse, Forever Young, and he put them all to sleep. That Mind Control was Pletcher's horse, and Fierceness was Pletcher's horse. The Rabbit for Chad Brown and Sierra Leone. So there was 4 against 1. But that horse there, he broke well. He dictated the pace with the chaser, with the Rabbit, and he won. And that's a racehorse.
Yeah.
They threw everything at him but the kitchen sink, and he just.
Well, he
just
definitely
fired.
showed a lot of heart and guts, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they
Mind
won
frame.
22:45. That's pretty quick, for 1.25 miles, So, but very, very interesting race.
Well, just seen a nice horse that's not as good as them get beat up. The only good thing is that he knew it and he just took him back from the half on. So that was
Yeah.
all right. But
And another thing I didn't like is the owner took that kid Umberto Ripoli off the journalism and puts. What did Jose Ortiz do? He didn't do a damn thing. He finished 4th. I mean, not saying that the other kid would have did a better job, but he's ridden him since he's a 2-year-old, and he's won nothing but races with him. And that's worse than putting the Rabbits in a race, taking that kid off. That was wrong, But that's money, They got money, money rules.
There's nothing else. There's nothing else. It's nothing personal. It's just who they think can get the better job done. If that kid's good and he's sharp, but the champ is there, like Flavien Prat. How do you not want Flavien Prat to ride your horse right now?
All right.
I mean, I don't care who you are. There's 1,000,001 other good jockeys that ride, that are riding. But right now, Flavien Prat, he's the talk of the track. Who do you want on your horse right now? You want Flavien Prat. I don't care who was riding my horse last week, the week before. You're racing for big money. This is a business. Sorry, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's
I want
true.
to try somebody else, kid. If you don't do any better, I'm going to put you back. The owners, you know the story, Eddie. The owners are breaking my chops, though. They want the big guy. They want the glamour. They want the name.
Yeah.
Listen, I went through it as a young kid in my profession. So, I know what it's like. You could do the job and get the job done, but how are you going to compete? I mean, these guys, they're coming into New York. These jockeys, they're racing against Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
It's
That's
it's like
big colony now.
It's like
It's
a
the
kid
best
coming off the
colony ever.
minors, getting a kid from the minors. He's getting drafted to play for the New York Yankees, and he's a center fielder. Mickey Mantle's the center fielder at the time. The kid's never going to get a chance to play.
No.
You're never going to know how good he is. When's he going to get a chance to play? Only when Mickey don't feel like playing or they're up by 10 runs? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Exactly.
I know.
That's just the way it is. That's life. And I don't care where you go. It's all about the money.
I
remember one day we were at Freehold. We shipped in from, I think we shipped in either from Green Mountain or I forgot. Anyway, we bought a horse, me and Don Catarano, Mr. Spindletop. And I won 2 or 3 in a row with him at Freehold. And then we entered him in Yonkers. And Don says to me, he says, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to put Insco on the horse. And I says, well, I said, okay. I wasn't going to argue with him. He owned half the horse. I wasn't going to argue with him. And in the paddock, I told Insco, I says, listen, I says, he's not really nuts. I got him rigged pretty good, but he really likes to be on top. And every race I won with him was on top, and he stays at it. So naturally, he took him back, and he got beat. and then the following week I win another 2 races after that. But it's like you said, Andy, they just want not Larry Rolla, they want a Delinsko, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it don't. But I see that happen a lot with the thoroughbred. But many times the jockey, the agent, makes the switch. I guess this time it was the trainer.
Well, Larry, one thing different they have than the jockeys than we did as the drivers, besides the agent, which is really big. But I don't know how I can explain this. Like you were saying about somebody being better, or Insco instead of you, and they got Flavia Pratt instead of this guy. At least in the thoroughbreds, they got bug boys. So the young kids coming up, at least they got what they call bug boys. They help a young kid coming up, and because they get 5 pounds less than the average jockey in a race. So that means a lot. So now there's your advantage. This kid's talented too. He can get the job done. Why should we put him on instead of Flavia Pratt? I'll tell you why. Because this was here. He could use the less weight on him. We put the bug boy on. He rides 5 pounds less. We don't really have that in our business. Where the 5 pounds is going to make a difference. Where a young apprentice has got some shot of going against the veteran. He's got nothing. He has not a leg to stand on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. True. Well, you got the 10 pound, 7 pound, 5 pound. It's all a plus, And if they happen to be good, like a lot of them come up to New York that are really exceptionally good riders, they get a lot of play. But as soon as they lose their bug, then they're like, they put them in the corner. There's not really many bugs there anymore now.
Or the poor kids grow out of it. They get too big. Like Stevie Corton. How about Stevie Corton?
Yeah.
Perfect example. I mean, the kid was a phenomenon. So he just got a little older. He outgrew it. He got too big. That was it. He was done.
Yeah.
But when he was younger and he kicked the ride and he's 5 pounds less than Cordero and Chavez and Migliori, you're going to put him on. Put him on. I mean, you're going to put him on the horse. The gate, here's your instructions, kid. The gate opens up. Just send this thing. Just send this thing. The horse is carrying 5 pounds lighter because of the bug boy. Plus, like we got claiming handicaps, Larry, we drop a horse from 15 to 12.5, or classifications they drop. When you guys drop, you drop weight too, right, Eddie? The thoroughbred. When you drop in class, go up, they handicap you by weight, right?
Yeah.
So if you got a horse dropping in the thoroughbreds, he's already losing weight, and now you're putting a bug boy on him. It's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference.
Oh, yeah. Weight means a lot in that game.
That's the advantage the young kids have, the young jockeys have to getting noticed and getting a chance to ride. In our business, the only shot you got at getting a chance is if your father or your uncle or somebody is a big wig and has a big stable or a big owner, and he gives you a shot to ride and show the people what you can do. Otherwise, you never get a chance. You know how many young kids I knew grew up along the way that could ride a horse as good as me at the time, maybe better. Never got a chance to really, follow up and get their licenses and drive it. So you got to.
That's one thing. One thing I have to say is that I give these small guys shots. I mean, it hurts me in the long run, but yet I know they're hungry. And I'll tell you, just like the trotters and the paces, when these kids are hungry, they'll ride. But some of these other jocks, they go around for the gold ring sometimes,
Thursday night, it was very, very interesting conversation we had. In fact, we were supposed to end after an hour because Greg Peck usually runs the whole thing. He's really good at he's good at what he does, and I sit back and I listen, and he controls everything pretty good. And we had and we also had Donald Dancer on, and we start talking about the judges and everything else. And we had a big long discussion that I kind of zeroed in on Donald Dancer because he was a judge, and we were talking.
Donnie's a super guy. Donnie, super guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah. Well, everybody I had on here is really good, old friends and good guys. And you know what I always said? I always said this. I'm going to forget what I started this thing, so remind me. But if you had a big arena and you put 1,000 people in there and come back in a month, all the bad guys would be with the bad guys, the good guys would be with the good guys, and they all find each other. And that's why I haven't seen you guys in 30, 40 years. And you know, it's nice. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying, and we were talking about horses that I race or anybody races, and if you win a race and you want to make a change, they won't let you. They just won't let you. And I gave 2 or 3 examples about it happened to me. And I found this one. This was the last time I ever drove a horse, and it happened to be at the Meadowlands. And this horse here, I never raced him again after this, because when I called the judges and I says, listen, after the race, I says, listen, I know he won, but I want to make a couple of changes on him next week, because there's many times, and I didn't want to say, I know you don't know what I'm talking about, but I didn't say that, but there's many times you can train a horse to death and go as fast as you want. They just do different things in a race. Sometimes they just act different. They go different. You find out things in a race that you don't find out no matter how fast you train them with company or whatever. So I says, I thought I had him pretty well set. He was okay in the qualifier. I says, but now that he raced against competition, you know, in a qualifier, you go 30, 30, 30, 30, or 29, 29. And these races here, you may go in 8th in 13 seconds, where you don't do that training. You don't do that. So you find out things in the race that you don't find out. So anyway, I says, I know I win with him. I want to enter him again, but he's moving up in company. And I'll never get him around the turns if I leave him like this. Can I make some changes? Meaning, he said, what kind? Shoe changes? No. Leave him just the way he is, because they were checking shoes and everything. So I never raced him. I never raced him again. I told the owner, this is a mile racetrack. He'll never get around a half-mile track. He won't get around a 5-8-mile track. This is a mile racetrack, and I'm going to play the race right now and watch him in the turns. And then I just told the owner that was it. You know, if you want.
But why this is a thoroughbred or a harness?
Harness. Here's the race right now.
They can't tell you what to do.
Oh yeah, if you win with a horse, you can't change equipment. You can't change the equipment. That was the whole conversation last time. Now watch this horse in the turn.
Oh,
I never heard of that.
never heard of that.
You never heard of that?
No.
Well, everybody on Thursday heard of it, and he was the judge. Yeah, they check your shoes, they check the equipment, they check everything.
Was that something they came up with fairly lately, Larry? Not when we were racing?
Well, I was racing. I was racing.
What was that? The 1800s? When was this? What are you talking about?
1897.
I'm telling you, they checked the equipment, they checked the hobble length, they checked everything, and they checked
Yeah,
the
the hobble
shoes.
length, but
The
never
hobbles, yeah.
shoes.
The hobbles, yeah.
I'm
Right,
telling
Joe?
you, they checked the shoes.
Larry, I believe you. But, Joe, you ever see that in all your lifetime?
No.
Me neither.
No,
Eddie?
no.
Not in New York. Yonkers, Roosevelt, Monticello.
I never seen the paddock judge come in and lift the horse's foot in 20
No, the
years, 30 years.
equipment guys, they write the shoes down. They started checking the bikes, what kind of bike. When the cheetah come out, they had to put a initial on the program for what kind of
Yeah,
bike.
the modified
It
Sulky
says,
MS.
Yeah, that's on the modified first.
Modified
Sulky.
Sulky MS, yes. And they do now if guys race horses without the shoes, they gotta announce that and make an announcement that equipment change. The horse races with no front shoes or no back shoes or whatever, wherever they're pulling the shoes.
I'm telling you.
But they don't make an announcement full swedge to half round or they don't do that.
Grab.
I'm telling you that the judge told me, and last week I think I remember the name of the judge, but I don't know. But even Donald Dancer, who's a judge now, says you're right. And if you would have called me up, I would have told you if he gets beat, you're going to have a problem. If a horse wins that week, you have to have the same equipment that he raced with. So I'm telling you, and they check the shoes. And this is why I never race this horse again. Now watch him in the turns.
And start of the Daily Double. Here they come.
Which one is it?
Up and trotting, lukewarm favorite Saintly Image, that lone mare being hustled out of there, but it's Search Mission and Larry Rolla gunning to the front. He's a Blizzard from the outside, and on the rail, our Money Burner is showing alert trot into third. Around the first turn, it's Search Mission, Larry Rolla, and Search Mission trots on, takes the lead. Saintly Image, she settles in the second spot. A quick start there. Our Money Burner, a good start, clear in third. Gap of 2 lengths. Whip urging for Ebba's Yankee fourth. He's a Blizzard, looks to slide in fifth. And parked out is Miracle Yankee trying to go up sixth. Then it's Streetwise Hall and Marianne's Diamond at the back. 28 4/5 for Search Mission up front here. 10-1 dictates the terms. Saintly Image, pocket ride. 2.5 lengths to Our Money Burner, third up the backside, heading towards the half, and Ebba's Yankee is an anxious fourth, half in, half out there. The Catman still parked with Miracle Yankee, inching up steadily, fifth on the outside, and Platino pulls with Ebba's Yankee. That'll give the Catman cover with Miracle Yankee fifth past the half. Then it's He's a Blizzard, jammed in sixth. Up on the outside comes Marianne's Diamond, follows the flow third over, followed by Streetwise Hall. Half was 58 2/5, a 29-3 stroll in that second quarter. Larry Rolla here rating Search Mission up front, getting his own way. Search Mission, rocky gated on those turns there, gets pressure from Ebba's Yankee on the outside. Ebba's Yankee comes calling and attacks Search Mission on the outside. Here comes Ebba's Yankee with Saintly Image in the box there. Miracle Yankee trying to rally from second over. Marianne's Diamond will fan out as well. Our Money Burner on the inside looks for room. 127 3 into the stretch. It's been Search Mission from the start. Game first over, Ebba's Yankee on the outside. Room at the rail for Saintly Image. Off cover comes Miracle Yankee in heavy traffic. Our Money Burner, and He's a Blizzard is blocked as well. Search Mission almost home. Wire to wire. Search Mission does it. Search Mission shocks these. Oh.
You saw him in the turns, right? There was no way he could move up in company and handle that. And I just retired the horse. But I want you guys to check it out because they check shoes when you race.
Wow.
I never heard of them checking shoes.
Oh,
The
yeah.
only thing they checked is they would go over the equipment card sometimes and say, you know, your hobbles are supposed to be this or supposed to be that, or you have no knee boots on, the horse wore knee boots, but never shoes.
I asked Donald, who was a judge. He judges now. I asked him if that was true, if he would do the same thing, and he says he's bound by the rule book. You know, if you win a race, you better go into the next race with the same identical equipment. He says that's the rules. I have to follow the rules. You can't change equipment and go off the favorite. Maybe the next week change equipment and then get beat. If you're gonna get beat with the same equipment he won with. That's what they told me.
Well,
So, and
What
Donald
happens if I claim that horse of you that night? And
I was just going to
changed
say
this
that.
Oh, different
What
training.
happens
You
if I
can do
claim the
whatever
horse
you
of you?
want. Different training.
Oh, how
You can
come?
do whatever you want. You just make.
Well,
the
you should be able to
equipment
do whatever you want too.
Yeah, but as a trainer, you can't. If you, I'll put it to you this way, and these are some of the questions I asked Donald. Most of them are on air, some of them off air, because I didn't want to really disagree with him, even though he said he's bound by the rule book on air. But if you win a race and the next week you let the hobbles out 4 inches and you get beat, you got a problem. Anyway, that was one of the conversations we had last Thursday. It was a pretty good thing. It took us, I think we talked for 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours. And a lot of it was about that stuff because we were talking about things that are not fair and people that are not qualified to be judges. We were talking about that stuff. And you know, them are the same people that write the rules and ruin the business. And now all of a sudden, everybody wants it to be fixed. But anyway,
Larry, speaking of incompetence, I don't know if you read that thing I sent you of Safi Joseph Jr., who's the trainer, Thoroughbred. He trains that big white horse, White M. Barrio. Well, 5 minutes to post in the Breeders' Cup, they scratched a horse from one of these regulatory vets. After he scratched him, he took the horse to the University of California, and they examined him from head to toe. They found the horse 100% sound. Now, that's him. Kenny McPeak had 2 horses at the Breeders' Cup, and they scratched them both for soreness, lameness, or whatever it may be. This is what I was talking about, the incompetence of these veterinarians that are coming out of school without the knowledge of vetting out a horse for post-op to the race. They pass the horse in the day, and then the gate, they scratch him.
that was your horse, right? You had that happen.
That happened to me, and happened to Kenny
out?
McPeak. Well, they still haven't gave me this is over a month now, they still haven't gave me a clean bill of health, number one, and they haven't gave me a diagnostic review on the horse. Still, I had x-rays, I had everything. So
you can't race this horse yet?
well, anyway, no, she's 2 years old, so I stopped with her. I said, I'll bring her back as 3, give her a little time more to grow and stuff, you know, so no big deal. You know,
They
she's
had
a
a
nice
right to
horse,
sue that vet.
you know, but this is the way this is happening.
Yeah.
One day you see a hot walker. Next minute you turn around, I see him, he's shoeing a horse. I said, I blacksmith now. You're blacksmith, you don't even know what a shoe is. And same thing with exercise riders. The other day they had a head-on collision. You know, 2 horses got euthanized. One broke its neck, one broke its shoulder. You know, and a lot of these guys are half shingad. They're either stoned or drunk or whatever. You know, and you look at the Pollock reports of all the trainers that are complaining about these regulatory vets. And Heisel wants to get them into the racing game to take care of the horses, which is totally ignorant. They can't. They don't know where they're going. It's crazy.
They're ruining the game. Let the horsemen do their job.
Oh my God! They're just.
It should be left up to the trainer and the driver. The trainer is
Absolutely.
responsible for the horse's well care all week long and responsible for that horse.
Yeah.
And the rider has got to sit on that horse and put his life in danger. So if he thinks the horse should be scratched because he's too dangerous, he's going to fall down or cause havoc, then the driver's got, or jockey's got every right to scratch that horse,
Yes.
or at least take himself off. And then I'm sure if he does under those situations, no other normal driver or jockey is going to hop on that horse, you know. Yeah. And the trainer,
would agree with the driver too. They would say, you know, something, you're right.
What do the vets know? They never sat on
they don't know nothing.
The judges never sat on a horse, half of them. I mean, at least now you got a couple of good guys that are judges these days, like Mikey Sorrentino and Donnie Dancer. I mean, at least these guys, they drove racehorses before. They know, you know.
Yeah.
At least you can talk to them. They know what you're talking about. Years ago, you know, Larry, you talked to the judge. It was like talking Chinese to him if you told them what happened. They had no clue what you were saying. No clue.
That's for sure.
You know
Frank Pellegrino.
Your livelihood. Who gets suspended 5 days, 15 days?
Look at Frank Pellegrino. Came out of the butcher shop and was presiding judge.
Absolute worst that ever was adjudged.
Absolute That's what worst. I said. Is the worst.
Absolute worst.
They should be retired horsemen.
Oh. Guy said some of the dumbest things in my life to me.
Many times horses in post parades and everything, because they have a track vet with the standardbreds. They have a track vet that watches the warm ups and everything. There's a lot of horses that well today I don't know about today, but back then they instead of going 2 miles to warm up, 3 miles warm up. Now a lot of them, at least the last couple of years I was there, they just jog him a couple of miles and that's it. But
Not even a
sometimes
mile.
even scoring down in warm-up trips, horses single foot, you let them do whatever you want. You leave some of the equipment off them, you leave the head poles off, you leave it, if you're just going to jog them and then before you know it, they want to scratch your horse because he's out there single footing or he's just fooling around, and they just don't know. And I know a lot of this for sure because I always used to help DeLeo and Bomber with the Lasix and everything. And you see these things that are just not right. These guys ship in 50, 60 miles to race, and they just jog them a couple of miles to warm up. And they're out there half trotting, half pacing every other step. They're switching gaits. And right away, the vet comes, let's do this. And they always find something to scratch them. It's not fair.
And now, hey Larry, and now not only that, they lose the week of racing. They got to come back the next week and lose another week because now they got to qualify again. You scratched out of the race if you warmed up.
Yeah.
If you hit the racetrack and you scratch, the judges scratch you once you hit the racetrack. Now you got to requalify that horse. So that's another week you missed out on.
Yeah, and to try to make themselves right, they always find something, and you say this horse had that since he's 9. He had that since he's a 3-year-old.
Right.
It's an old splint.
And then you lose another week with the blood. You got to take the blood.
Yeah.
And then you get the 8-hole.
Right.
Hey, Larry, that show you had on Thursday was very interesting, and I was just wondering, am I allowed to comment on that one race you showed, that Greg Peck's race?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Are you sure? I don't want to get thrown off the show here now.
Well, no. Let me tell you what I said first. So it probably lessen the blow when you say what I think you're going to say.
Okay.
Here's what I said. And I think I said it on the show. Greg Peck was wrong. He could have caused a serious accident. He was dead wrong. The other guy could have avoid the inevitable by just taking back. So if I was the judge, and this is what I said that night in front of all of them, if I was the judge, Greg Peck gets a 10-day suspension, which is a major suspension, and he gets maybe a $500 fine for doing what he did. He was clearly wrong. The other guy gets the same exact suspension for being an idiot because he could have caused something that could have been avoided. And in other words, just because, say you're going to pay a toll at the turnpike and the guy behind you zooms in front of you, so he gets in front of you. Now, you were there first. He zooms in front of you, which is wrong, but you crash into him because you were there first. He shouldn't have did it. And that's how I feel. Both of them would have got fined the same thing. But Greg Peck was definitely wrong in what he did but when you're going 200 feet, and you got your wheel right at the other horse, and the other horse, instead of taking back, he just moves till he's inside the pylons. Why not just take back? Then you get to the line. You have a fight, or you have an argument, or you do something, but you have to avoid just because a guy went through a stop sign. If you have room to stop, you're going to stop. Well, this guy should have just took back and avoided everything. Now, Greg got a 5-year suspension, a $10,000 fine, or whatever it was, but he was clearly wrong. That's what I said. Now, go ahead, Ron.
Do you have that race?
No.
I would never, Larry. I would never question you because of your expertise, and I think a lot about that. But I watched that race 5 times, and I'll be honestly true with you. I just got cleared for my Florida driver's license vision test for 80 years and over. So I actually could see what I could see. Anyway, I can't see where that guy did one thing wrong. As far when Greg first came out, he never even got to the horse's rear end before the horse made a break. He had to pull him back in, and then he came up to him. I looked at the race. He had his left wheel in between that horse's legs. Where is that guy Marcus Miller going to take back? He could have caused a terrible accident by doing that. Plus the fact that he pushed him in the infield for 6 pylons. He was running at 6 pylons, and then the kid didn't even know what was going on, and all of a sudden, bam! He just bulldozed his way right in there and knocked him off his feet. Anyway, listen, I'm just happy that nothing happened to him, the horse, or anything else. But I'm also happy for two other things. And do you know what that is, Larry? One that Heiser wasn't in charge of Harris in Pennsylvania at that time, because they probably would have arrested him, besides giving him a $100,000 fine. And secondly, the most important thing that I'm really happy about is that that horse wasn't trained by Lou Martinez, and Jimmy Martinez, Lou's son, was driving it. Because when Greg Peck got back to that paddock, there would have been hell to pay. And anybody that knows Louis will vouch for that. If that was Jimmy Martinez driving that horse, whew, man, that would have been bad. That would have been bad, because he could have really hurt somebody with that. But that's all I'm saying. I don't mean him any malice or harm or disrespect. You know.
No, but I just want to say this. At the point when you said he had his wheel in between the horse's legs, it wasn't, because he would have made a break, because he would have hit a wheel.
Larry, show the race. He had his left wheel right between that horse's legs. He had it in front of his. The wheel was in front of Marcus Miller's wheel, inside, right between the horse's legs, and that's why he tried to bear out. And he ran over 6-7 pylons. Right.
All he had to do when he saw he was being squeezed was take back. That's all.
But if he took back, he's going to trip the horse right back up in his lap, Larry. I mean, listen, I could be wrong. Why don't you show that race to?
I wish I had it.
Show that race to these guys, and listen, I'll yield to their opinion, because I know they're much more experienced than I am.
Anthony, Joe, would you know how to get that race up?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Okay, all right, maybe we'll find it.
It's November 12th to 13th, 2022.
All right,
I have it here.
I hope you find it.
I have it here. I don't know if you can see it. Damn it.
Oh yeah.
I can't.
I don't know. Anthony, you can't put that up.
I'm looking for it now.
It's on YouTube.
If Anthony gets it, he can put it up.
I have it here. I just can't put it up.
Yeah, but maybe you could. Can you send that to Anthony?
Just look on YouTube, Anthony.
Yeah. It's November of 2022.
That was the race. I'm looking for the podcast where it was shown.
Just put in Greg Peck, Marcus Miller race. Comes right up.
Greg Peck. And what other one?
Marcus Miller race.
What track was that at, Larry?
Larry, I
Harris
just sent
in
it
Philadelphia.
to you.
You sent it to me?
Larry, I sent it to.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
send it to me. Send it to Anthony. My phone's off. I wouldn't know how to send it to Anthony anyway.
And Harris, Philadelphia.
Yes.
I sent it to you.
You sent it to me? All right.
Yeah, on Messenger.
Oh, on Messenger. No, could you email it to me?
Just get it on YouTube, Anthony.
He don't know how to do that.
He knows how to do everything.
Look at Eddie.
He's like a 13-year-old kid with that stuff.
Oh boy.
I could just say one thing, Ron.
Yes.
If I was driving the other horse, not Greg's horse, if I was driving the other horse, you know what's happening. You see him squeezing you. You know he wants the top. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. Clearly wrong. But to avoid what happened, I would have took back.
Okay.
Right away.
Okay, that's why I'd like you to. That's why I would like you to put it up, and then during the race, tell us at what point he would take back at.
The point where the wheels,
Joe,
where his
saw the
wheels
race,
meet
right?
our horse's feet. It's an unfair fight. His wheels against the feet.
Did you see the race, Andy?
No, but that's what I would take back. When that guy's wheels start getting next to my horse,
Peck, Marcus Miller race.
I start taking back.
Oh, let me get this thing off here. Anthony will get it up.
Yeah, I got it right on my phone here. It takes 2 seconds. But Joe, you saw it, right?
Yeah.
And what did you think?
Yeah, see, I can't get it because it's not coming out as a MP4. So
I
for me to put it on,
Anthony, I sent it to your phone.
think
I send it to my email.
How about go to you and your email?
In my email, it's
What do you
Anthony
expect?
E.DeLauro at yahoo.com.
Yeah, Yahoo. Yeah, Yahoo.
Send it there, Eddie.
I can't.
You can't?
No, I don't know where the hell am I.
Let me try to send it.
My name ain't Cecil B. DeMille here.
Larry, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just wanted your opinion on why you would actually give him days or a fine for what he did. Obviously, the judges
Only
didn't do that, right?
Only because he could have avoided what happened. He could have
Okay.
avoided what
All
happened
right.
by taking back. And he would have
All right.
been, and Greg was 100% wrong. But when you keep driving and driving to keep him out, then in my opinion, you're an idiot and you're going to cause a wreck. And that's what happened. But we'll get that race up.
Okay.
You
But
got to
what-
be an
what-
idiot.
Joe,
It's like going
Joe,
to
what
a
do you think?
gunfight with a
You
knife.
told me to look at the race. What do you think?
I thank God that it wasn't a real bad disaster. I
Right.
think if Greg's horse got to him at the quarter pole, he was letting him go. Okay, but when he made the break, although he got him right back on, then when he re-pulled from the pocket and went to
Anthony,
take it
look at
again,
your phone.
Marcus Miller decided not to let him go.
But he
Now,
didn't have
Marcus
to, though,
Miller
did
has
he?
a right to do whatever he wants.
Right.
Got it on your
You know,
phone
so
there?
I don't
got
know.
it on my
Maybe
phone.
Listen, I remember when Mike LaChance was on this show and Larry asked him, are there any friends on the racetrack? And what did he say?
no. He says there's no friends.
He says there's friends at the track, but not on the racetrack. I'm just
Right.
wondering if Mike LaChance was driving that race, would he have got a suspension?
You got it, right? But you can't send it to put it on?
He got it. He got it.
I
Okay.
sent it to him.
Okay. All right.
Where's the volume?
Okay.
Around the turn, Captain Molly sees
Okay.
early fifth. Ballroom Bouncer is sixth and far back after the break. Forward the side of the quarter to go. Doyle Hanover leads
So
it
look,
by
he
a
didn't
lane.
even
Stick with
get
these
to a
right
saddle
second.
pad, making a
Going
break.
off stride two.
Now,
Stick
see,
with
there's
me.
a couple of things I'm going to explain after the
Got
race.
his bearings back
All
and
right.
stayed in the pocket and now moves to the outside.
You're
There's
going the
the opening
opposite
quarter
way.
of 30 and 1.
Okay, it's going to come up now. The
Okay.
infraction.
Driving up now.
Watch
Stick with
his
me on the
left front
outside,
wheel,
trying
Larry.
to Will
It's
Hanover,
hard to tell.
and hasn't quite
Right
yet.
now, his wheel is right inside that horse's
He should
front
have
leg.
took back right there.
Hanover's
Just take
third.
back.
But Larry, look,
Too late.
take back.
Too
Look,
late
look,
now.
he's outside the pylons already.
Make their way to the half and stick
He
with
knocked
me.
over 7 pylons.
Really having a barroom
Now,
brawl
right
up there. They
here,
reach
he
the
just
half.
bulldozes them right into
59
the infield.
and 2, and now going off strike. Doyle Hanover. Doyle Hanover's on a break. Also off strike. Quebec Hanover.
What you
also
do
off
up to
strike.
that point is
Bouncer.
yell and scream. Where are you going? Get out! Get out!
6 lengths.
The guy ain't getting out.
Greg
You
tries to
take
cut
back.
into the margin
You
second.
avoid
Captain Molly C
what
gets up in
the
the
other
third.
guy's wrong.
Let him
Greg
get
is
Trump
wrong.
is
But
fading through.
you got to
There's a big
avoid
movie
it.
towards the
And
quarter.
he had plenty of time to avoid it
So
long before he reached
back to
the
fifth.
horse's shoulder, before Greg's wheel reached the horse's shoulder.
Okay.
And his
That's-
wheel couldn't have been on the inside of it, because if it was, he would have made a break. The front leg or the back leg would have hit Greg's wheel. But he could have took back before that. That's all I'm saying. He could have
Okay.
avoided
All right.
with
If that's-
the other. Just like I
if-
said
if that's
before,
your-
you go
Greg could have took back too.
but-
Listen, my opinion doesn't mean anything. I was just asking you. That's all.
No, it does mean something, Ron.
No, but let me
No,
say
but,
this.
but,
too.
but Joe, let me just say something, okay? And I'm not looking to be argumentative. If you guys get that race up right on your iPad after the show so you can see it, right? You will see that Greg has his left wheel in front of Marcus Miller's right wheel and between Marcus Miller's horse's legs. If he pulled back then, he's going to run that sulky right up the horse's ass. I mean, that was the position, and then that's how he got him in the infield, and then he bulldozed him off his feet. I'm just saying, you know what? I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful, but I've watched a lot of races, and I bought horses off a lot of races. I never seen one as bad as that ever.
All right.
Really, I'm sorry.
At the
I
eighth
mean,
hole.
I think Stevie Wonder would agree with me if he saw this race. Believe me.
All right. Now let me tell you why. Just by watching the race, I didn't even talk about this.
I wish we could see it full screen.
Yes,
Yeah,
you have to watch it full screen.
Yeah, but this you don't have to watch full screen because it's before. It's right at the eighth pole. As soon as they all got the front horse was trotting off, he put everybody in a hole and then he jammed the brakes on. At that point, you see Greg's horse, his head go hit the helmet of the guy in front that's cutting a mile. So in other words, he backed it up too abruptly. When that happens, if I was in the 2-hole and that happened, I'm coming right out, just like Greg did. And then he made a break, and then he come right back trotting in 2 steps, and then he went on for the lead. And that's when all that stuff happened. Anyway,
Okay.
I gotta
That's
try
your-
to get. I gotta try. All I'm saying is that
I can get my brother
Larry,
to get it on.
Larry, I'm saying to you that's why I asked you, because I value your opinion. It's not,
No, you know what we're gonna
I don't have to belabor it. That was just my opinion because, like I
no,
said, it
but
was.
it's important that we get this race up. Anthony, why don't you call your brother? He does it in a minute.
Yeah. Let me text him, see if he's
Yeah, he'll do it in a minute. All I'm saying is everything that you said, Ron, is right. All I'm saying is,
and I don't mean any. I never even met Greg. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I don't mean him any disrespect, but really, that was like, that was like, I can't
Larry,
believe how he did that.
Larry, I sent that race to your phone. I know you got your phone off, but can't you put it on your thing?
you send it to when I want to put something up, I send it to Anthony. Sending it to me is like sending it in to the dumpster. I don't know what to do with it. But if Anthony's brother is home, he'll have that converted.
Yeah, I just texted him. I'll see if he gets
He'll
back
have
to
that
me.
converted in 2 minutes.
Hey, Andy, remember Rocco Maniello?
Of course.
We
He was a
had
good
some
guy,
night that
Rocco.
night.
He was a
Did you
good guy,
remember that
Rocco.
night?
Andy, how about some stories, man?
What do you want to know? Which one do you want me to start with? I can tell stories with everybody on this TV screen right now.
All right,
Wait a
let's
minute,
go.
Andy. Somebody said I got to look for it, that you falling down the stairs.
Holy shit, yeah. That was just not too long ago. Twice. My son's fiance lives in Cold Neck, New Jersey. She bought a home off of Anthony Abatello, in that area there in Cold Neck. It was owned by Abatello. It's all the roads and everything are named after like famous things like the Hamiltonian and things like that. Matter of fact, she lives on Hamiltonian Way. Anyway, she got a huge house. There's 1,000,001 doors. I was never in the house before, and I had to go to the bathroom. I opened one of the doors. I thought it was a door leading to the bathroom, and as I was walking into it, I was looking for the light switch. It was the stairs to the basement. Bada bing, bada boom, 15 steps. Bang, bang, bang. I was black and blue from head to toe. Forget about it.
Wow.
Then I healed up. A week later, I fell down the stairs in my condo because I slipped with those stupid slippers that you wear by the pool side. And it was slippery there, and I slipped off the end again.
What condos you live in Florida, Andy?
Huh?
What condos you live in? Cypress Bend?
Cypress Bend, yeah. I can take a baseball and hit the old racetrack. When Pompano was there, I can take a baseball and throw it into the infield.
Right.
When you buy the Greenbrier? Andy?
Yeah. Yes.
The Greenbrier restaurant? You remember that?
Yeah, it's less than a half a mile away.
I remember that.
Yeah. It's closed now.
Yeah.
That place, it closed down. No more. Forget. You won't believe what this place looks like since they closed the track. It's terrible. More condos, warehouses. Like they really need that.
Wow.
What a shame. What a shame.
Hey, Eddie,
Yeah.
PM says, what was that piece of equipment that Forever Young was wearing around his neck? It wasn't a Buxton. It just looked like a thin leather strap.
Martingale.
It was a martingale.
Yeah.
I never saw a martingale on a thoroughbred.
Yeah,
Larry,
me
how
neither.
come they have? How come they? Maybe I should ask.
Or a
Eddie.
breast collar.
Why-
He might have had a breast. I didn't see it, to be honest with you. Could have been a breast collar, a martingale.
No, what they usually use on thoroughbreds, especially overseas, is just like a breast collar that's
A
attached
breast
to the
collar,
saddle
yeah,
so it
yeah.
don't slide back. That's probably
Yeah,
what
so
he
the saddle don't slide back. Yeah.
What
It
what'd
could
you
have
want?
been.
What'd you say, Ron?
I was just wondering, in your opinion, why do they keep that Sierra Leone so far back? I've seen that horse win, come in second so many times, miss by a head or a nose.
Yeah, and he
well,
comes from left field.
Some horses are just like that. I really believe, not that I believe, I know that if they have a thing in horses called fast twitch and slow twitch. He's considered a slow twitch horse, but you can break a horse out of that. You can convert him from a horse that takes off slow, that's a slow twitch horse, into a fast. You just have to know what you're doing. Obviously, they let him go and let him go and let him go. But don't forget that he don't train his own horses as yearlings. They send him to a farm and they just send him back when they're ready to go a quarter of a mile. But if that's really a detriment in even in harness racing, where a horse that can't get out of the gate that falls 20, 30 lengths back, just like Mind That Bird in that one race. I mean, he was 20 lengths off the last horse. But if you start young enough and know what you're doing, you could change the fast twitch to 50-50, half, and so that wouldn't happen. But I don't believe, and this is nothing about the thoroughbred guys, but it is. I don't believe they realize that. So, and I wish somebody would comment to say if I'm right or wrong, because they do all the time. But
What do you think, Eddie? You see what difference you see? Big difference between the thoroughbreds and the standardbreds, Eddie?
What do I see?
Yeah, what's
That
the
a
difference?
thoroughbred is so easy to train compared to a standardbred. It's beyond recognition.
Really?
I tell you. Oh my God, it's nothing. It's all. I mean,
But you guys got to condition a horse to race like once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Some of them,
well,
some of them
what it
even
is,
longer out than that.
Well, what happens is it depends on the horse itself. I mean, I train my horses. I don't jog them 4 miles, 5 miles. I do go excessively. I go 2-3 miles sometimes. And I have the standardbred mentality to train a thoroughbred. And I race my horses. I mean, if you look at my races, I mean, I raced one horse this year 16 times, which is a lot. And she showed it. Now she's tired. So I gave her a little break in between. But most of these thoroughbreds take 7 to 10 days to get back into themselves. It's physically, mentally, and a standardbred takes 1 day.
Right.
So the conditioning of a thoroughbred, they're not as their body structure, their bone structure, everything is so not.
But they
like
work every day, Eddie. They work every
What?
day. They work every day.
Yeah. Like I take my horses, I gallop 1 mile, then I jog 1 mile and gallop 1 mile. Then I gallop, I jog 1 mile, and then I open gallop 1 mile. I average between 14 to 16 miles per week. But when you breeze them, I give them the day off, and basically I give my whole barn off on Sundays, to be honest with you.
Do they get out every day? Do they get out every day? Do the horses get out every day?
Yes.
And do they have like a training day? Like if you raced on Saturday with the standardbreds, you train on Wednesday. Do they have that same thing?
You could train any day you want. You know,
Uh-huh.
it's
But-
you don't-
The answer is-
I mean, it's
the answer
7
is no,
days.
Ron.
That what?
The answer is no, they don't do that.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Some
Okay.
stables leave them in for 3 days.
Yeah, some will race a horse and give them off 3-4 days. Yeah,
Just they don't walk them or anything?
yeah, they walk them. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
but I'm just saying they don't take them out, or they just, you know.
Yeah,
a
but
lot
they
of
won't
these-
race for another month. You can do that.
Yeah.
They won't race for another month. Standardbred,
And a
they
lot of
race
these-
week to week.
And a lot of these trainers, you know, I don't never do this, and I will never do it after a race. I'll never give a horse bute. They do. I won't, because the next day that's the boiling point. That thing comes out, you know exactly if they're dead and lame or not. But you know, they give them bute. So I don't.
Andy, PM writes, it's Anthony. You and me used to be friends also with my brother John and Kadishes. Anyway, at Monticello, you hung out with the maniac named Artie. You two were inseparable.
Artie,
Oh my God. Not too many people remember him.
I remember him.
Larry,
But
Larry, do you remember? You want me to tell you a story when I met you, Larry?
go ahead.
Larry Rolla, I was just a kid, had a P license. I was no more than 17 years old. My first introduction to Monticello. And who do I become friends with through the grapevine? Larry Rolla. So what happens one day, Larry's in the grandstand or something, gambling like after the races. I loan him. He asked me if I got any money. I said, yeah, I loan him $100. Okay. About a couple of weeks go by, me and Artie are dead broke. We got no money. He said, what are we going to do? We got no money for gas, no money to eat with. I said, oh, you know what? Larry owes me. Larry owes me $100. Let's take a ride over to Larry's place and get the 100. There's Larry. He's waxing his white Landau car that you had when you lived across the street from Kinnybrook. I forgot the name of that place in Monticello on 17B, across the trailer park there. Yeah. So we bullshit. We talk a little bit. There's this guy sitting on one of Larry's steps on the trailer, a little elder gentleman. So Larry's nonchalantly waxing his car. We're bullshitting. I says, hey, La, I hate to ask you, but between me and my buddy, we're dead broke. Can I get some of that money that you owe me? He says, kid, keeps waxing his car. He says, I know I owe you. He says, and I really feel bad about it that I don't have it to give it to you at this particular time. But you see that gentleman right over there? The old man tips, how you doing? He says, he came here waiting to get $4,000 from me before he's got to catch a plane in a couple of hours. How do you think he's going to feel when I tell him I don't have his $4,000? the guy almost had a heart attack, fell off the steps. He said, Larry, please tell me you're joking. Larry said, I really didn't know how to break it to you. You were such a character. He was one of the sharpest guys on and off the track I ever met in my life. Took an immediate liking to him. Super guy. Great horseman. Super horseman. I learned a lot from Larry.
Manny, I got to put this up. Manny said, I promise not to comment anymore. But Manny, I also said that I'm going to behave from now on, that I'm not going to be hypocritical, because I ask everybody to be respectful, and I wasn't to you, and I called you up, and I even apologized on phone, in person, and on the air. So I wouldn't say what you're about. I'm going to finish the sentence now. But if I was Ron talking like this, I would have been called every name in the book, and I don't know what the F I'm talking about. But I told you I wouldn't do that anymore. And if you said that, I would have answered you respectfully the exact same way I answered Ron. In my opinion, the guy should have taken back. When you're racing, when you're in a race, And there's in this track here, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 drivers that drove horses. When you're in a race, you know that this guy's trouble. That this guy, especially after another couple of feet, when he start putting the horse right between your horse's legs. He wasn't there yet, but he was very, very close. And the closer he got, the more the other guy, instead of the other guy knocking pylons down, just take back. You know what's going to happen. Just take back. Did you think by driving more, it was already too late? Because if he would have drove up, Ron's right. He would have locked wheels. Just take back. Take back. You're 100% right by avoiding the accident. The other guy's on it. That's all I'm saying. And not just see visually is one thing, but when you're out there, you know what's going to happen. Just like I give the example of on a toll booth, just because the guy from another lane sees a little opening because you're late getting to the toll booth, he cuts in front of you. All right, so now it's a race to the toll booth. The guy's a little in front of you, so you step on the brake. That's all. That's all I'm saying. You know when you're in a race, you know if the guy's serious about it, and as soon as he start inching closer, your wheel was still behind him. Just take back. That's all. And that's exactly what I said to Ron, and that's exactly what I said to you. Now what we're trying to do is we're going to get the film up, and maybe I'm wrong because I only watched it once or twice, and that was a while back. But I said what I said last week. I would have gave a 10-day suspension to Greg, and I would have gave the same exact thing. And for what? For being a jerk, for not taking back, not trying to avoid. Now another judge probably wouldn't have gave him nothing. I would have. As a guy who trained and drove horses, I would have, because you could have avoided some. Now, if them other horses were right on his back, you would have had a pileup. You would have had a pileup there. Thank God they were 3-4 lengths back, and everybody missed everything that was going around. But you don't. I could see trying to keep a guy out, but that when it's
Hey Larry, listen, Larry, I didn't want to start any trouble, but at least give me credit for bringing Manny out of retirement.
Manny is really a good guy. He
is a good guy.
The more you know him, the more
he has
you
a mind
know
of his
him,
own, and he says it the way it is. Some people don't like it, and he thinks that's
right.
He don't give a shit. So
and I was wrong, and I'll say it again. I apologize to him, and you'll never hear. You'll hear me if I disagree with something, but I'll do everything. I will never say them words again that I said to him.
All right, good. I think we're all happy about that.
Go.
Yeah.
Anyway. So,
All right, go on with the comments.
so I got a little story for Andy. Andy, I remember when you were at Roosevelt Raceway, and remember when I had my office trailers. I had one butted up to the other, and the one was right parallel to the road coming off the training track.
Yes, I do.
I was sitting there one day, and like my window, outside my window must have been 4 feet, and then the road that went back into the barn area, you know where the stop sign is?
Yes, I do.
And you would just got done jogging a horse, and you came off the training track on a jog cart, and right exact time where you reached my window, the right front tire blew. The sound was like a gun. I thought I got shot inside that trailer. I couldn't believe it. I looked out the window and I saw you going down the road like this, back into the barn area. But the tire blew right at that exact same moment, and the sound was so loud, I couldn't believe it.
Listen,
But,
I'll tell you one good story before I go to the best story that you're going to hear. Talk about, I was 18 years old driving in my first racing in Yonkers. I had a horse called Wichita. To this day, it's one of the strongest, if not the strongest horse I've ever seen. Goddamn horse was like a dinosaur on steroids. Joe likes that when I told him that. Anyway, when he was a New Zealand horse, and he was very high strung, big strong horse. And he'd go wire to wire, and he'd win every week. He started a little low class, C3, C2, C1, worked his way up. When he got to a level where he was meeting what he belonged, he was getting beat. So the owner came up with this brainstorm that the horse should race from behind because he's waiting on horses now. Okay, typical owner. So I told my father, I said, Dad, I don't know if I can take this horse off the gate or not. So I says, listen, I'll tell you what we'll do. Put down no driver. Let's see how he draws in. If I think I can win, I'll drive him. If he looks like he's going to go to the lead and he's going to get beat, we'll put somebody else up on him. All right. So the horse draws the 8-hole. I said, Dad, put me on because anybody can take one back from the 8-hole. You don't have to worry about losing your position, if the horse takes you out of the gate a little more than you want to, instead of just coming right back with one. Anyway, we had the undersling sulkies at the time. That's how far back I'm going. And they were kind of like wooden shafts, for those of you don't know, and on an angle. So the seat was very low. And the race takes off, and I grab everything I'm worth, and I got 5 lengths on the field in the first turn. Well, this big son of a bitch, once he make the lead, he calmed down a little bit. Hervé Filion, he's got the 3 to 5 favorite. He feels the pace back him down a little bit. He comes with a quick quarter pole move and catches my horse off guard. I see him coming, but I figure here's my chance to show everybody I can race this horse in a hole. That was the worst mistake I ever made. Well, when I let Hervé go, instead of him keep going, he takes back and lets Russell Rash go, who was being followed immediately by Carmine Abatello. And behind him was a guy named Bobby Vetrano. And I'm locked in. Before we hit the half, I had a stopwatch in my hand. When you're young and you first start, you always carry that with you. I was so green. I throw the stopwatch away to get a better grip, took my glasses off and flung them so I could get a better look what was going on. And I'm flat back trying to stop this horse. And he's running up on Hervé Filion's back. And he's hitting Hervé in the back. And Hervé's yelling, hey, kid, hey, kid. I said, Hervé, I can't hold him. I can't hold him. Well, this big son of a bitch was trying to bulldoze his way outside, and Bobby Vetrano wouldn't let me out. So when he caught up to Hervé just smashed Bobby Vetrano out of the way, and he let me come up the inside. Well, when he did, I put my arms down because they were killing me from trying to hold this horse. I tried to, get a breather for my arms. They were shot. Well, I no sooner catch up to Rash going into the paddock turn, and now I go to grab the horse again. I got no strength. I'm just a passenger. And the horse sees enough room to go up the inside, but never the race bike to follow. And Carmine sees me coming 100. Russell Rash, he don't see me. And Carmine's yelling, look out for the kid. Look out for the kid. My right-handed God, there's only one guy that's alive, Eddie Hart, can verify this story. He was right there on top of the hilltop. The horse was so big and strong when I hooked his wheel, it bounced me up in the air. And one wheel was hanging over Russell Rash's bike, just spinning free. And the other wheel was on the hub rail. We had hub rails back then. And the wheel was riding on the hub rail. I rode the hub rail and one wheel spinning free the whole last turn in Yonkers. And thank God, my weight shifted me towards the racetrack when I came off the race bike. Finished the race. I went by like 5 lengths. And the fans were throwing everything on the racetrack and screaming like you never heard in your life. I go back to take my picture. What do I know? The photographer's telling me, you better go back to the paddock. The judges are screaming my name. You go in there, I go, yeah? He says, Mr. Crawford was the judge. He said, Andy, I got to fine you 10 days. I said, for what? He said, 5 for interfering with Mr. Filion and 5 for interfering with Mr. Rash. Now, this is how dumb I am. I said, well, what are you kidding me? I said, it's not like I drove him there on purpose. I said, I couldn't hold the horse. He said, so what are you telling me? The horse was unmanageable? I said, yeah. He said, all right, then I want to see that horse qualify too. Now, you got 10 days and the horse got to requalify. My father wanted to kill me. I was shaking like a leaf for a week. And it took me a month to get over the fear of not pulling the horse out of the hole, when I was supposed to stay in, because of fear I might run somebody over again. one of the biggest fears I've ever had in the business. And I was just a kid when it happened.
You're lucky.
Biggest fear.
All right, let me play this. I got two comments here I wanna mention here. One is from Sundance. We'll get that out of the way real quick. It says, Larry, I found the race on YouTube. Anthony, go to Google. Greg pushes Marcus Miller into the infield at Harris. That's exactly right. But let me ask you this, because I still say, you know what's coming, you know what's happening. All he had to do was take back, and he had plenty of time to take back because you know what's coming. Now, just make believe that the pylons weren't there, and there was a 50-foot drop right at where the pylons were. You think he would have took back then? Yeah, he would have, and that's what he should have did. That's my
Or a hub rail.
we're gonna get the race, and we're gonna show it. The other comment is, Larry, your point is well taken. Slow twitch, I don't think it works. If you have a technical speed, yeah. If you have technical speed, yes. If your horse is a classic horse who is bred to come off the pace, it's hard to change. Well, you're right. It's hard to change. I'm not going to say any more. I agree with it's hard to change. I would imagine so. You would have to change the whole chemistry of the horse, but I never had to do that. But I know that.
Larry, I think these were two-year-old trotters too. 2-year-olds.
Yeah, yes. Oh, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the Sierra Leone.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about Sierra Leone.
Okay.
No,
I'm sorry.
the other thing, the other one was with Sundance when she said he pushed him into the infield. And all I'm saying is that I'm sure that if there was instead of pylons, it was a 50-foot drop, he would have taken back. That's what I said. But we're gonna get that race, no matter what. We're gonna get that race.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely have it for next Tuesday. Dominic didn't answer me. See,
Okay.
Sundance, I have to change it to an MP4 to show it on StreamYard.
Yeah, your brother does that in a minute.
Yeah, he does that in a minute. He's got all the equipment for that.
Okay. All right. But I want to see the race too, because the way Ron describes it, maybe he might be right. But the way I seen it, I only know. And if any one of you guys and all of you drove, you know you know before it happens that it's going to happen. I'm sure that Marcus was screaming, "Where you going? Get out! Where you going?" Instead of yelling and screaming, just take back. If a guy goes through a stop sign, what are you going to blow the horn for?
Yeah, but he was so much ahead, the horse. Marcus was like 4 or 5 lengths ahead. Greg could have took back.
Yeah, I'm not saying Greg's right. Greg is 100% wrong in doing what he did. But when you let a guy go, you got to watch the race in the beginning, and you can understand this. And when we see it, when we see the race on the big screen, I think you'll agree with me. If not, then we disagree. But when as soon as they were in single formation, Marcus took back from Greg's horse being, and these are 2-year-olds. You don't just grab them. As soon as they're single formation, he grabs them. It was one of those things where, let's just use simple figures. So you go to quarter in 30 seconds, but you go to first eighth in 13 seconds, and the next eighth in 17 seconds. And so now you're driving over the guy. So as soon as he felt the pace backing up, his horse, he just come right out with him. When he come out with him, he made a break for 2 steps, come right back and say. And now when a guy does that, when a guy is on top, when a guy, and this is true, and if I'm wrong, you guys tell me. When you're in single file before the quarter pole, and the guy's taken back, like I could see taken back gradually, keep it going, keep everybody in, especially if you want to be in front. But as soon as you start taking back kind of abruptly, like he did, somebody's that means in unspoken words, somebody come out, right?
Yeah, somebody's coming.
That's what happened. So he come out as soon as he's like a couple of feet off the guy's helmet. Then they're going, and he starts backing up. Okay, then that means you don't want to cut the lead, or what you're doing is wrong. So you come back out. And when he come back out, he took 2 bad steps, come right back trotting, and continued to go to the lead. And then what happened. Obviously, Marcus didn't want to give up the lead, and Greg wanted the lead. He already had his horse in motion, so he keeps going, figuring that if you crowd the guy, and everybody does this, if you crowd the guy a little, they'll let you go. Well, he didn't let him go. But I'm sure every one of us been in a race where that happens. And what happens when it looks like the guy's going to park you early in the race before the quarter pole, you crowd him, you jam him. If you still see he's not going to let you go, you got to take back. Greg didn't. He really jammed him. That's where he's wrong. Where my opinion, Marcus is wrong is that, like I said, make believe the pylons were the end of the racetrack and it was a 50-foot drop. He'd take back then. So what are you trying to do? Prove a point? You're trying to keep him out when you know the inevitable is going to happen. You put yourself in a box by making that stupid move, in my opinion. But I'm not.
I got to leave you gentlemen for a minute.
Larry, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You say he didn't take back. Would you want to take back and let a guy with a 2-year-old trotter that just made a break sit right in front of you the rest of the race?
Why not?
What happens if he makes a break the second time and then Marcus Miller runs right all over top of him?
No, he won't run. If you make a break, you're going to keep running. But if he came back after that, he came back trotting in 2 steps. You don't even think about them things. You know.
But I'm saying these are 2-year-olds, and as a driver, I don't know because I never drove, and I respect you guys. Do you have that much time to let all that information go through your head? And oh, wait a minute, he's coming over. I'm going to pull back. Wait a minute, I'm in the infield. I mean, you have all that, the split seconds for all that to happen, isn't there?
Ron, it's almost automatic. I mean,
okay, I'm just asking. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just wondering. That's all.
It's almost automatic. Hey, Andy, you're not still smoking, are you?
Are you crazy? No.
Okay.
No.
I quit 5 years before my first open heart surgery, and they told me that's what saved my life too. If I would have still been smoking, I wouldn't have made it through.
You got a terrible cough. I was wondering. That's how I sounded before I stopped.
I got COPD, Larry.
Oh, all right.
There's a couple other things that saved your life.
Yeah.
Paying the bookmakers.
Hey, Andy, I don't know if you remember. You remember that my 50th birthday, I had 3 horses in, and you drove all 3 of them for Rocco Maniello.
Mm-hmm.
You remember? Okay, Franco in,
I remember that horse. I really do.
and you win. You paid 38 and change.
I don't remember
Then
that.
you win. Then you won with another one, Delete. I won
Delete.
3 races that night.
Is that right?
Yeah, my 50th birthday. And Rocco gave you, I don't know, like 6 or 8,000.
Rocco was a very generous man.
And then he gave me nothing. I said, why didn't you give me anything? He said, because you're on a 60-40 lease.
Forget about Rocco. He owned the pizza place. He tried to bribe me with food all the time.
Yeah. By the airport. Yeah.
But he Rocco owned the, what do you call it? The food
catering
places
truck.
in MacArthur Airport. That was all him.
He owned the catering trucks and he owned all the restaurants in Kennedy Airport.
He ended up having horses with Mike Forte.
Yeah. I had horses with him.
But Rocco?
Yeah. He passed away, man.
Yeah, I know.
He had that house in Margate over in Whitestone.
The door was tremendous, made out of mahogany.
Yeah.
Mahogany.
He had 14 bathrooms.
Yeah,
I said, Rocco, you got one ass.
Gorgeous place.
All right, Jesse Black says there is a reason the judges gave Peck 5 years. I know, and I know the reasons, and that's why I wouldn't call it politics. I would call it something else. But what he did,
I can't get this thing to sit right.
That happens all That happens. If you watch 100 races, you'll see about 20 races, maybe not, maybe not, but you'll see many races where you're in front and the guy just about gets there, and he comes in a little more and pinches. Anybody at Yonkers or Roosevelt or the Meadowlands would take back. Then when you get in the locker room, that's another story. Either you curse each other out, or you after you get off the phone with the judges, you curse each other out, or you have a fist fight, and that's it. It happens. It happens all the time, and that's why I know it happens. I did it. I crowded them, and I crowded them enough where it got serious. And back then they had hub rails, so it got real serious. And I'm sure that if they had hub rails instead of pylons in that race, he would have taken back. Unless you're suicidal or you just don't care. But in my opinion, he could have avoided it. He could have avoided it long before Greg's wheel got in front of his wheel, because you just know. I can't say any more except that we got to watch the race. Anyway.
Listen, Larry, you know as well as I do, the bottom line is this. At that point, if you got to beat him that bad, that guy is going forwards, he's going by you. You're going backwards. It's time to surrender. You're not going to win the race anyway. You got no more horse left. You're done.
It's not only, you're right, but it's not only that. It's avoid the inevitable. That's all. Avoid it. Now, I think Ron is saying he couldn't avoid it. I think that's what he's saying. That's why I don't want to keep going with this until we watch the race, because maybe I'm wrong. But from what I saw and what I remember, and I only saw the race maybe twice, maybe just once, and I could be wrong because there's nothing really to watch. I mean, Greg was definitely wrong, but look, anyway, whatever.
Listen, like Ron said, though, Larry, don't forget, you're dealing with 2-year-olds, too. You talk about not having no power steering, no power brakes. He might have, the guy on the outside, I didn't see it. I can't get it clear enough. Look, I have no opinion. But, like as well as I did, I could go either way. And you got to be there to really know. I love when I get in an argument with a guy during the race. And after the race, I'd be screaming at the guy saying, your mother, this and that, you almost fucking took my legs out. And the guy will say, what are you kidding? I was nowhere near you. I love when they say, watch the replay. I say to him, why do I got to watch the replay? I was there. I was there live in person. I don't need a replay. And my old man, may he rest in peace, when I first started to drive, he taught me a very valuable lesson. He said, I drove a horse for him one time called Cortland Sassy. And the mare was on one line so bad around the last turn. And I was just holding on to her like this off the last turn. And I've always been known as an aggressive driver. And down the lane, I wasn't really getting after her and whipping her like I normally would do with a horse back when I was 18, 19. And I couldn't because she was running in so bad. And I came back and my father said to me, come over here, pull me on the side. Never forget, Roseville, he goes, what the fuck was that? I said, what are you talking about? What kind of drive was that? You never even tried with this fucking mare. I said, Dad, are you kidding me or what? I said, she was locked on the line so bad. I said, I was lucky I could stop her from, hitting the guy inside of me and knocking him down. You know what he said to me? Well, let me tell you something right now. If I don't care who it is, Buddy Gilmore, Hervé Young, comment ever tell her, any of these guys would tell me what you're telling me now, I would tell them they're full of shit. Because this horse trained real good this week, blah, blah, blah. So he was trying to tell me. So in other words, what I'm telling you, the way things look from a spectator's point of view, whether it be an owner, trainer, just a fan, the view from the outside is always different. That most of the time can be different than what actually is going on in there. And the only ones that know are the people that were right there, right then and there. That's all I'm trying to say.
I know one thing that Ron is 100% right. If Louis Martinez was driving Marcus's horse, Louis Martinez would have said, just like this. In fact, I'll tell you word for word. I know Louis since we're kids.
You mean
Louis
Jimmy
would have
Martinez?
said, Louis would have said just like this, "Yo, where the fuck are you going?" And then Greg kept coming in. Louis would have took back. And then they get back to the paddock. As soon as Greg gets off the phone with the judges, Louis beats the shit out of him, nonstop. That's what would have happened for sure.
Yeah.
I don't wish him any bad luck, but that is what would have happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Louis was like you, Joe. Louis was.
But you can't do that anymore, Larry. They don't find you no more. They throw you off the racetrack now.
I never did nothing like that, Larry.
Yeah. Well, then all the stories I heard were false. Now I don't know what to believe. And some,
Listen, I drove a
I had
lot of
my
races
share
with
of
Joe.
fights. What?
I drove a lot of races with Joe. I know what it's like driving for Joe. If he sees something just cockeyed, you're gonna know about it right away. Right away. He'll be on top of the hill waiting for you. What happened? What happened?
I guarantee you one thing, and he's right on the screen right there. I'm looking right at him. If Joe was driving Marcus's horses, he would have said just what Louis would have said, and he would have did just what Louis would have did. He would have yelled, "Where the fuck are you going?" And when he kept coming in, he would have took back, let him go, and whatever happens after that happens. When they got back to the paddock, maybe Greg would have made it to the judges' stand because they were certainly waiting for him, and that's what would have happened. And I think I'm not sure who would give the worst beating, Lou or him. I think Joe might have stopped after he knocked them out, but both of them had one.
But not Louis, because he was nuts, Larry. Louis
Oh,
was
yeah,
totally
I know.
nuts.
I
Totally
know.
nuts. Let me tell you a quick story about Louis. And I like him very much. He was the great guy. He was a part of my family. I was part of his family. He would do anything for you. He was the kindest person. But he will tell you, I'm as mean as I am nice. We were going to Bayville for dinner, and me, a friend of his, an older guy that used to go to his box, his son Nicky and his son Jimmy, and myself was in his station wagon. He had a big station wagon. The license plate said Icarus on it. Anyway, we pulled into the gas station in Oyster Bay, and there had to be 50 pagans in there, motorcycle gang, 50 of them. And Louis pulled up to a pump to get gas, and as he was pulling straight forward, one of the motorcycle guys was coming towards him, and they were both inching closer to see which one would get to the pump to get the gas. Closer and closer and closer. And the guy that was coming closer looked like a gorilla, right? Anyway, Nicky, his son, was saying, "Dad, please stop. Please stop." His friend in the front seat, I thought was going to have a heart attack, right? Because do you ever see what 50 motorcycles look like at one time with these guys? And his son, Jimmy, right? Jimmy was a good kid, but, you know, and I was there. I actually said to myself, this is the day I die. Really. I mean, what was I going to do? I had to get out of the car. And the guy kept coming closer and closer. And just as that front wheel of that motorcycle hit Louis' bumper, the head of the gang was a very nice looking guy, young kid with a beard and a vest, came out, and he said, "Mel, stop, Mel. The attendant just called the cops. We got to go," right? That guy looked up at Louis and he said to himself, he says, "You were about 2 seconds away from going to the devil's breakfast." That's what he said to him. And Louis goes, "Oh, yeah? Well, you know," and he kept, I think he said, "Dad, please stop." Louis had on white pants, one of those Hawaiian shirts, and a gallon of Polo cologne. And then when we got to the restaurant where the girls had meet us, they said, why were you late? What happened? I said to my wife, I can't even begin. I can't even begin to tell you what we just went through. I thought that was the end of my life right there. But he never gave an inch, Louis. Never gave it in. But like I said, the worst part is if Jimmy was driving that horse and Louis was watching it on the monitor, that would have been bad. That would have been worse. It's Greg's best bet would have been just drive the horse right to his house and come get his car the next day. You know, just drive right out of the parking lot of the racetrack. Because I know I wouldn't want to meet Louis. And that's the end of that.
When we get this race up, I'm going to keep it up And every guest that comes on that's an honest driver, I'm going to get LaChance to comment. I'm going to get O'Donnell to comment. And the only comment is after you watch the race, if you was Marcus, would you have taken back or go or
Yeah.
be driven into the pile?
But when you do that, make sure you point out the part in the race where Greg's left wheel is between Marcus's hind legs, in front of his wheels, right between his hind legs, right between his hocks. That's where that left front wheel is. If he took back, he's going to bring his horse right into the wheels. He's going to bring his horse right back in. He's going to get that left wheel is going to run right up that horse's belly. You just watch and see if it's wrong. I'm not trying to belabor it or say anything like that, but,
No,
I watched that race, and the only reason I brought it up is because I was curious to why you would give Marcus a fine. But you explained it, and I accept it. So that's it.
No, if the wheel was as close as you said, he would have made a break. He would have hit. You can't
go
have
and
a
look at
wheel-
it, Larry. All I can say is just look at it, and you'll see.
I don't know how they didn't hit that. I didn't know how they didn't hit.
With the trotter, the two with the trotter, the front leg and the back leg meet together. So if his wheel was there, he would have smashed both legs. He would have made a break. So
all I can say is just look at the race. Just look at the race, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
The wheel.
Ron, his wheels were by his front legs. I'm doing
before
motion.
right before he pushed him into the infield, right when he was trying to pass him the second time, his left wheel was right between Marcus's horse's both hind legs.
Where did Andy go?
Yeah, you're right, Ron. He was coming in between his legs with his wheel.
You see, Larry?
Yeah,
if Marcus Miller pulled up on his horse, he'd have rolled right up under that horse's belly. But I'm just saying. But you saw it, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
Watch. You can watch it again. You can watch it again in slow motion, and you'll see right there how it's a miracle that those horses just
didn't get tangled up in there.
Anthony, you watch the race. I haven't seen it. I've seen it months and months ago. I don't remember it as good as you. So let me ask you this. If you were driving that horse, would you have taken back before that point?
I would have probably taken back, Larry, just for the fact of avoiding the accident, because
that's the whole point.
To me, he was coming in and he was going to take me down.
And when you're driving,
I would have had to take evasive action to avoid it.
Andy just ran out of juice.
But like Ron said, his wheel was, underneath the horse just about.
Yeah, but there's a lot of racing before that he gets to that point. When he gets to that point, it's critical already. He should have taken back before it got to that point.
The thing
I
is,
gotta watch the race.
It shouldn't have got to that point. He had room to sit in the two-hole. He didn't.
I'm not saying he's Joe. I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying that the other guy had plenty of time to take back before it got to the critical point. It got to the point where he had no choice but to go over the pylon.
Yeah.
But you know, and most of the time, when the guy gets up to you, and this happens all the time, you hear it all the time, especially when you're up close to the pace. You hear it all the time. A guy comes up and says, "You better get back. I'm not letting you go."
Yeah.
There was no conversation between them, but that's a conversation that happens a lot. But most of the time, you could tell.
But Larry, he wasn't getting ready to go by him. He He bore into him before he even got by him. That's all I'm saying. You have to watch the race, and then
I understand that, but he was. Okay. That's what you do. You pinch him. You ride close so he takes back. He didn't take back.
And also, Larry, I want you to do me a favor, all right?
What?
Don't let me get too beat up on Thursday night, all right?
No. I won't even talk about this with Greg, because I think Thursday we're having Greg call me up. I think he's bringing Sal back on. And I forgot. He called me just before. No, but I won't mention this thing in front of. Let me tell you something. this fine and suspension, and I don't know if Greg's watching it up, but you have to be a little careful because he's went into suicide mode almost. Very,
Oh, well,
very severely depressed.
Now you tell me that? I wouldn't even have brought it up.
No, that really got. Do you know that they brought that horse, his horse, the world champion spotter? They brought him into the paddock on Hamiltonian Day, and they wouldn't
Andy, you're
let
back.
Greg in the paddock.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let him in the racetrack.
Turn your phone sideways. That was good.
Is it better?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
An update, guys. New York got a communist mayor.
Oh,
Yeah,
they deserve it.
I see
They
that.
deserve it.
They you're right. They do.
They deserve it.
Yeah.
Idiots.
What about New Jersey?
I don't know. I hope
No,
that
he
guy
lost
wins.
too.
He
He
did.
lost?
Yeah, he lost.
Man, people are brain dead.
And then they complain about everything there is.
Yeah, exactly.
They elected a mayor that wants to get rid of the police. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Not put more police on. They want to get rid of them.
What
So
a
he can
joke that's gonna be.
give free transportation. Can you imagine a bus
Yeah,
pulling up
yeah.
and letting anybody get on that they want?
Imagine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
You remember that horse I claimed we were talking about that you won 8 in a row for me with?
Yeah, but I couldn't remember his name.
Was his name Silky Pockets?
It could be, Joe. I don't remember.
I was trying to think of the name. I couldn't think of it.
I'm bad with names.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
I'm bad with everything.
No,
Well,
you
guys,
were
I'm
good.
going to hit the road. I'll have that race up for next Tuesday for sure.
Okay, I know
And
your
then
brother
we'll-
can get it up. Sunday,
Yeah, okay. He'll
Yeah.
put it
Sundays
on.
keep
Well, I
saying
think
go to
Anthony
Google.
probably could get it up if he had to.
It's
No, he would if you got to change it to a
yeah, you got to change it to an MP4.
He didn't get that one, Eddie.
I got it, Ron.
What happened?
All right, guys.
Ron, make sure you're available next Tuesday.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
next Tuesday.
That's it. I lost it again.
We'll continue this for sure.
What happened,
Yeah.
Andy?
I
Oh, no, what do I
don't mean
know?
All right,
Anthony.
guys. I'll
I
talk
don't
to
mean to
you
cause
all.
any problems, Larry. Really, you know that.
No problem, Ron. You never cause a problem. I'm anxious to see the race too, because I just anxious to see the race, and I wish. He left already. I wonder if there's a way to play it in slow motion. I don't know how to do any of that stuff, but his brother's very good at that stuff. But
Well, Larry, you could watch the race. I sent it to you, but you could watch it by and see.
I don't want to watch it by myself. I want to watch it with everybody here. I just look. I know what I would do. Regardless, I know what I would do, and I also know what I would do after the race. That's it. And I would, and believe me, when you. And and that's why I want to get this race up and keep it on my podcast, because every driver that comes on, I'm going to ask them to watch that race. And a simple question: you see him, you know what's happening, and normally when something like that happens, a lot of times you just say, take back, I'm cutting it, I'm not letting you go. Some conversation, sometimes, not all the time. Because most of the time you could tell just by the action. You could tell if you hear, you could tell that. You just know before a critical situation. It was obvious that Marcus didn't want to let him go. And then when whatchamacallit start riding tight on him, and he did, he rode him real tight. At that point, if he's coming in that soon early, your front, he's coming. You take back. That's what. Now maybe I'll change my mind. I doubt it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Where'd everybody go? What happened to Andy?
And Andy lost his power. He can't get back on.
He can't.
I don't think so.
Oh, you mean his phone went dead?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave it in case he can come back on.
Yeah.
See, one thing Andy said that was true. Now, where did Joe go?
Joe went.
Oh, by the way, Ed, you don't have to worry about looking for hoods anymore. I was dealing with Taiwan and I was dealing with China. You got to have agents. You got to go through all the bullshit. And then even if you want, you they want a minimum order of 100 hoods. I says, look, I just need a sample. I have to know if it's the right material or what kind of material you want. Well, I want 80% nylon, 20%. Well, if you don't have this material, you're going to have to go with polyester. I says, I don't want to go with polyester. It's a big plus. So my friend told me, he says, look, one of two things. You either go along what they want to go on, pay up front for 100 things, or make your own, fly to China, and deal with them direct. Well, I ain't going to do that. But what happened, Eddie, was I got the name of a number. I have it here someplace. 2 women that are in Kentucky. They make all the hoods and silks for all the top jockeys, and they make the hoods. So I called them up and I said, listen, I says, I'm working on a project, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to order, a couple of hoods, but like a couple of adjustments that I would like, not your standard hood. So please tell me if you could do it. So she says, well, what is it? She says, because we make them by hand. Me and my friend, we make them by hand. So I says, well, the first thing is, tell me how many inches apart are the holes for the ears. And she says 3.5 inches. I says, well, that's one adjustment that you're going to have to make, because I want a 4-inch space in between the holes, because the holes are too big. You don't need holes that big for the ears. So I says, I want the holes made smaller, so there's 4 inches between the hole in each ear. The other thing I want is for you to sew a 10-inch pocket on the inside of the hood, starting right at the end of the ears, right where the bridle would go. And I drew pictures and I sent her all the pictures. I says, right where the bridle will go behind the ears, that's where this pocket has to start and go down 10 inches. And I says, because just make believe I'm putting candy in there. Got to be a sleeve. And they said they would do it. So I ordered 4 of them, and with all the pockets. I just got all the new gels from the scientist guy, and I'm going to try different variations how they have to go, because I got a sealer, so I'm going to be doing it myself, and I'll fool around with that. So that eliminated another problem. I can get it, because she said that she would make as many as I need, as long as so that's great. So I got the hood made out of 80% nylon, 20% spandex. I got the hood, the ears holes made wider, a 1/2 inch on each side wider, and a 4-way stretch, which is terrific. I got the gel that will last a minimum of a year. So the hood still should be in good shape by then, even if they use them every day. And the scientist called me up when he sent me the gels. There was a letter in there saying that he's working on making the recipe stronger. So without making it thicker, he's making it stronger. So in other words, 400 grams of the gel would be equivalent in heat drawing to 800 grams. So for once, this guy, the scientist, we get along really well, and he's like on my side now. Now he's trying different things and everything, and it's good. We have these Zoom calls now where we, I show him everything, and we talk for an hour or so on the phone. And he don't charge me no more. He used to charge me $500 every time we talk. He says no more. That's it. He says I'm rooting for you. And so I told him, I says this is going to happen. There's no way that this cannot happen. Not only that, but the people see. One way me talking about this is good, because I got notified already from the people we were dealing with in Saudi Arabia. that one trainer that we were dealing with, his attorney called me, and they heard about this. They want to know anything about it. I says, when it's done, now I'll let you know. Now they screwed me with the epoxic stall. That's why I got out of that business. I had enough. Now the epoxic stall, we spent 2 years designing that whole thing, not only for 1,000 horses, but for camels. It was going to be well over $300 million jobs without the camels. And they agreed to all of this. And then they said right at the end, after it was all done, they said, okay, send us one. We just want to make sure we know how to use it. You could fly down with it. And that's what we did. And when they got it, they already knew how to make an epoxic situation. They already knew how to get the oxygen out of the air, because when they drill the wells, that's what they have to do. But they didn't know all the everything else, and there was 15 other things that were crucial to have a sanitized stall with vents and air conditioning and heaters and everything. And that's what they wanted to find out. And then when we never heard from them no more, so we realized it. But that's the other thing I have to make a decision on. Once these women send me these caps, and they'll be done in 2 weeks, I already have the gels. I'm not sure how tough this is going to be. In my opinion, it's not going to be tough at all. But the same guy in Michigan University, the doctor, I forgot his name, it's something like Moore or something. I got it here, so I don't remember it. But he was the one that we sent the epoxic stall up there. And everything that we said it did, it did. He couldn't believe it. It did it. And we only said it at 10,000 feet above sea level. So we sent it that when you store a horse in there, it's like training, living at high altitude. So when you come out of there and you go into a race at normal sea level, you become like a super horse. And that's what happened. And I have all the information. We sent these stalls, sold them to people from England. They won all these big races. I have all that information that when we sent the stall up there, and they did every test. They took the blood every single day, and everything that we said it did, it did. Now, I'm confident. In fact, I just bought a thermal thermometer that the scientists told me to get, so I can get a more accurate reading. Now, what I'm going to do, Eddie, as soon as I get these hoods, these blinkers, I'm going to put it all together. I'm going to come down by you. Yeah. And all I have is I told her no cups. Just leave it open. And we're going to put a couple of your horses on it, work them, jog them, everything. We're going to do everything we can over a week or two. Take the temperature, make sure everything works, make sure nothing's flopping around, and everything is good. And then I got to make a decision, because if I send the thing up to Michigan and he approves it, there's no way anybody could stop me from doing it, because I already been in touch with the animal rights people. We already been in touch with the people from Saudi Arabia, from Australia, from animal rights. I said that, and so there's no way that what I'm trying to do now is trying to make it last for 2 or 3 hours. This way, the shippers would have, when you ship a horse, especially in the summer months, and it takes an hour, 2 hours in the van, that van becomes very, very hot. And many times, you all know this, they come out soaking wet, sweating and everything. And then on top of that, they get Lasix, and on top of that, the sweat. And that's the curse of hot weather, humidity, and dehydration. It's basically a death sentence. And I probably have 20, 30 films of horses just collapsing in races. But I was going to make a video, and I says you can't make a video with all these races unless you're making an attachment. Now, nobody's going to listen to what I sent you guys and then go to an attachment. You got the whole picture. Plus, I try to make that video 15 times in 2 nights. I can't get through it. I stumble. I'm not good at that. And I was going to hire a professional speaker, but a professional speaker, they start at $5,000. So I says, you know what? The hell with the video. I'm just gonna. Now, what I sent you guys is not finished yet. I still got to add more to it, and I got to add the finished product to it. But there is no way that this could be denied, especially when Heiss's main thing is to
Safety.
protect the horses. Yeah, the safety of the horses. So everything is going good. The biggest problem I had was trying to find the hoods. There was nobody in the closest one came from I forget the name of it. I mentioned it last time, but they wouldn't sew the pocket in, and they wouldn't make the ears 4 inches apart, the holes. So I would have to totally redesign the whole thing. So I kept looking and looking. And thank God I found these women. They were very nice. They were on the phone with me for over an hour. And she's making it just the way I wanted. It's going to be the best material, 4-way stretch. It's going to be everything. The only problem I have now is I can't get in touch with Richie LaCava, the patent guy. And I know I'm not protected yet because I told him as soon as you file this where I'm protected, send me a bill. I'll pay you right away. He never sent me a bill. He sent me an email 2 weeks ago that has 15 questions on it that he needs to know. And I called him because there's a lot of these questions that I don't quite understand. But I also want to ask him another question. And this is the question, when we patented the hypoxic stall, the patent attorney said to me, he says, listen, instead of going through all of this, this patent is going to cost you a lot of money. You have to give a full description of everything that this thing does and describe everything, where you got this, how you got this, how does this work, even as far as what kind of wood you're making. He says patent the concept, not the product. He says, in other words, if you patent the concept, it means that no matter, you own that concept. You own cooling or delaying the blood from reaching 105 or 106. That's what I want. This way, no matter what anybody does, if the object is to cool the blood or keep the blood from getting to a certain temperature, they can't do it. I own it. I want to talk to this guy about it. And I told Joe this afternoon. I called him and I called him again after I talked to Joe, and I said, please, I need to talk to you about. So the main thing is I want to know if I'm protected. Did you file the original papers? And I know he didn't, because he told me as soon as he files them, he's going to send me the whatever it is. He says it wouldn't be the whole amount because the whole amount gets paid a year later. But whatever it is, 500, 1,000, 50, whatever it is, just send me the bill. I just want to know if I'm protected, because it's so hard. I didn't know how to talk to these ladies when I told them, what do you need the sleeve for? You can't be half-assed about this. You're dealing with professional people. And I had to say, look, this is what I'm doing. And I told her. And I don't think anybody could do what I'm doing, because
I think you're saying too much.
every gel that's out there is water-based. They don't last. They last 2 or 3 times. This is not water-based. This is a special formula that this guy's making up. So even if they wanted to do it, they couldn't do it. But I still have that thing that Manny's wife made me do. She says, put this in an envelope, and mail it to myself. This way it's proof. But I don't understand this Richie LaCava guy. I hope he calls me. Last time I text him, he says, I'm out of town. I'm out of the country. As soon as I get back, I'll call you next week. Well, today is Tuesday already, and he hasn't called, but I sent him 2 messages today. So once I know I'm protected, I could say a whole lot more. Plus, I can't go any further. I'm waiting for the hoods. and I'm going to fool around with he gave me a bunch of gels. So that's what and not only that, but he said something nice. He says I think I said this, he's making he's improving on the formula. So I don't think anybody could steal this thing. It's just a process, but one step at a time. I thank God I don't have to go to China. I thank God I don't have to deal with the Chinese. Plus, they make all their hoods out of polyester, and polyester is not as strong as nylon, and the nylon is better for heat and everything that would
weatherproof too.
Yeah, so everything is good. We're making and the reason I have to experiment is because the piece of leather that on the bridle and a thoroughbred that comes across the forehead.
Yeah.
I have to make a space in between the gels, and the gels can't be in one big thing. They have to be in little 1.5-inch compartments, because if it's one big bag, 10-inch bag, it all comes to the bottom. So I have to make all different, and that's what I'll be working.
That's what I told you last week about.
Yeah.
With if they're a race halter, you got to have the space.
Yeah. So we don't have to have it for the back, because I'm going to end the thing right at the gel stops right where the bridle goes, right behind the ears, and that's what I'll be fooling around with. So everything is going good. I just wish that this patent guy would call me up. And the sad thing is, and this is what happens all the time. You say so like Lou Palucci called. He told me, he says, no, this guy's really good. He's our friend's son. He's really good and everything. So I says, yeah, but he's in California, even though they have offices in New York. In fact, that's what I got to ask him. Are you stationed in California or New York? Well, if it's New York, I'll go right to the office, because I don't like this shit. It's been 2 weeks and I don't like that. So anyway, there's a patent attorney 2 blocks from me. Even if he charges a little more, whatever it is, I want to get it done. This bullshit, 2-3 weeks in between phone calls.
Larry, is that the same harness guy, Richie LaCoste?
Yes, that's his son.
Oh, it's his
That's
son.
his son.
And you haven't heard from him in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks. Yeah. I'm going to show you something.
I believe you, but I'm just saying. I mean,
It's so
frustrating. 2 days might be. 2 days is long, really. I mean, but.
Well, in the beginning, he called me maybe 2-3 times a week, because I sent him all pictures and all information and everything. But now, all I want to know, if I'm protected, that's all I want to know. Then take your time, because I got a year. But
did you email him? Did you email him and say what's up?
Absolutely.
I haven't heard from you. What's up?
I'm going to show you what I just sent him today. I'm going to show it to you. I had my phone shut off. I just turned it on. I work on this thing 20 hours a day.
See, this is what I'm worried, Larry. This is what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that nobody could put more time and energy in this than you have. The knowledge that you have is insurmountable. The years, the hours, the days, 20 hours a day. You have to really. You got to kick this in the ass, Larry, this week, somehow, some way.
Here, tell me if you can see this. Tell me if you can see this.
No.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't call you back. Okay. This was, can you see that?
No.
See, as soon as I put this phone on, that guy called.
I can't see it, Larry. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, maybe.
Joe, don't you agree with me?
Yeah, Joe, absolutely.
Right? I mean, you can't. This guy. I don't think anybody put this much time in any kind of thing.
Yeah, you can see it now, can't you?
Yeah.
Can you read it?
What date was that? What day was that?
Wait a minute.
Is it next week yet?
See this guy calling again. Wait a minute. Oh, jeez. Okay, there's the date. This was this was Friday of last week. Hi, Rich. Call me when you can. I have a few questions. Thanks. And then he wrote back. Larry, sorry, I did not call you back. I am away right now. Can we schedule?
Say, yeah, what day? I would say, yeah, okay, what day? What day next
Hold
week?
on. I'm going to find out who the fuck you are, and you're going to have a big fucking problem. You got to stop this now. Because if I had time, I'm going to take this number, I'm going to find out the number, and you're going to have a major fucking problem. You're a fucking jerk off. What'd you say? Stop with your fucking nonsense. I'm serious now. You're fucking up the podcast. I get. Okay, I won't call nobody. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Okay. So now I says, yes, call me when you can get back safe. Then I wrote to him at 3:48. Hi, Rich, call me when you can. This thing is moving very fast. Have some important questions. Thanks. That was today at 3:48. And I haven't heard from him. So, I mean, what are you going to do when you keep texting the guy and he's out of the country or he's supposed to be back?
You keep doing it. You keep doing it 2-3 times a day.
That's what I'm doing.
Listen, you put in, listen, you're 85, 84 years old. You put in so much time on this thing. It's not fair that you're not getting the response from this guy. It's not a matter of him getting paid. You know that, Larry. Okay? So just do what you got to do. Get somebody else.
Call it. Call him. Just keep calling him. Don't text him. Call him.
I call him.
I would hate to see anything happen with all the work and time and energy that you put into this.
I don't think anything can happen. I really don't. Okay. I don't think anything can happen. Now my phone the system is updating now. Now I can't even.
Andy apologized, but all his power's out. He'll come back on next Tuesday.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Then we'll have the race. We'll have the race next Tuesday.
Hey, listen, fellas, I gotta get some sleep, bro.
Yeah, go get some sleep.
Eddie, I'll see you, Eddie.
Have a good week, Eddie.
You too, Ron.
Thank you.
Joe,
take care.
Larry.
Eddie, take care.
Hey, Eddie, it's okay what I said. I can come down with a couple of
anytime, brother.
All right. I even bought the I think I said this already. I forget half of what.
Don't worry, bring what you can.
He told me to buy a computerized, something that it shows very accurately the heat. And he says, put it right on the horse's head after he comes back. It'll give you very close to the brain temperature.
Well,
so,
what we'll do is we'll gallop them, we'll jog them, gallop them, breeze them, whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Okay. That's
all
good.
right.
And the main thing I want to see is I just want to make sure. That's why I got a 4-way stretch material. I want to make sure that this gel, because it weighs a pound. The gel weighs a pound. That hood's that blinker's gonna weigh a pound. I want to make sure that it don't shift because the horse's head like this. I got to make sure it don't shift, that it stays in place. That's why I had to get a 4-way stretch. So I got to make sure all of that is right. So
now you gotta put your overweight 1 pound.
Yeah.
All right, here. Look at this. Greg Peck just called. PM reminded me Thursday, and I'll tell you what happened. I take the blame. It was an accident. However, 2-year-olds and $5,000 fine. Okay, so Greg's going to explain his end. But in the meantime, next Tuesday we'll have the thing. And I know Greg's listening now, and he told me, and I got it from good friends too, that he really took this serious, everything that happened, and he's very, very, very depressed about this whole thing. And the biggest slap in the face came when this Hamiltonian, when they brought his world champion trotter into the paddock, and they wouldn't let him in. It was a tough day for him.
That was terrible.
Yeah, it was, and like my friend said on the podcast here, it wasn't the accident that was $5,000 fine or 2 years or whatever they give, 5 years or whatever they gave him. I think it was 5 years suspension and $5,000 fine. It was a more a personal thing, a vendetta, and it's sad. And what's even worse is that, you know, a guy like me, and you, Joe, and Eddie too. You know, you adjust to any situation instantly. What we've been through, especially me and you, Joe, what we've been through in our lives, you have to be able to adjust. You have to be able to handle the pressure. You have to be able to do all of these things. See, like I just made another jerk out of myself by answering this guy. But every time he calls, I lose. Everything bad happens.
Who is he?
The guy, I called him a lot of bad things, and at least the guy says, "Okay, I won't call no more." I don't know who it is, but he says, he keeps saying, "I'm Regine Daniel," and he's not. He's polite, but stop calling.
Who is he?
Huh? No, he just says every time he says a different name.
Why don't you call him after you're done?
No, it's a private number. You can't redial it. But there's a way I can get that number, but I have to be able to, as soon as he calls, I got to dial a certain number, and then the operator, I don't know how to do it. But now I just shut the phone off, and it serves two purposes. It serves the purpose of me not getting frozen on the podcast, because ever since I shut the phone off, I don't get frozen. And
Well, what you should do right now while you're on the air is say, listen, give me a call after the podcast is over and let's talk. See who he is, what he wants.
Well,
Maybe he's a homeless guy.
I guess he's listening. And look, if you're listening, I apologize. I shouldn't say what I said, but you got to understand. It's very tough for me.
It seems like every time you put the phone on, it calls.
Yeah, it's tough for me to keep my cool. It's just tough.
You got to wear one of your hoods.
I appreciate you not calling anymore. And if you want to call on a private number, call on your number, and we can have a conversation. I don't know, but don't keep doing that, because you screw up every time you call and I don't shut the phone off. The podcast freezes and I get off it. Anyway, let's see what Greg says. Greg called in. Let's see what he says here. Larry, most ever for similar was, he says for similar situations he gets 10 days. That's what I would have given, 10 days. Okay, but anyway, we'll watch the movie. Geez, we got a lot of things here. Thank you, Greg. You owe it excessive penalties. Yeah, that's another thing. He was wrong, but okay. So anyway, getting back to this thing here. That's what we're gonna. Oh, Eddie's off, but I'm gonna go to Belmont with this. I wish you lived up here, Joe. I need a little help. I need somebody else's opinion besides. It's always my opinion, and even though I think I'm right, and even though, like that thing I put together that I sent you, I try to send you as much information as I can.
Yeah, I read it all twice.
Waiting for feedback, but all the feedback is always good. And I told you right from the beginning, if there's something that you don't like about it or something you don't think is going to work, you got to let me know.
I questioned a couple of things. I told you what I thought.
Because if I have to go in front of the board or something, I got to have every question answered. That's why I think maybe the right move would be to send the prototype up to the vet in Michigan, and I have a relationship with him, and he would test it. So we'll see what happens. Okay, let's see. What's this guy say? Larry Cox, tell the guys to use the chat box. Like everyone else. Yeah, if you want to say something, Regine Danielle, chat. I don't know. He seems like a nice guy. See, now when I just yelled at him and cursed, he just said, "I'm sorry if I won't call." Now I feel like a real jerk.
It's Regine Danielle?
No, he says, this is, hello, Larry, this is Regine Danielle. I want to take you to dinner. We go out. And he says all nice stuff, but he keeps seeing if I don't answer and I have the phone on, he calls right every 2 seconds, right
I've been
back.
trying to get in touch with Regine Danielle for 2 years. We were very friendly. I don't know what happened.
I don't think you're going to hear from him anymore, Joe.
Why?
I don't think you're going to hear from that guy again.
No, that doesn't sound like Regine.
No, that's not Regine. Because one night he called and he was somebody else. Let's see what this guy says. Larry Cops, yes, Gregory, the fine and suspension was too excessive, taken down enough. Marcus could have pulled up. But like I said before, it had nothing to do with the situation, because that situation is a 10-day suspension for 100 years. And that's it. So, but the people that know why it was excessive. Okay, let's see. What's this say? Larry, send me the link to sign in, please. I can explain. Okay, let me do that.
Who's that?
Greg, he wants to come on.
I'll be back in 1 second, guys.
All right. I hope I know how to do this now. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Where the hell's his email address? Okay, let me find his email address. See, I never send him I never send it to him. It's always oh God, don't tell me I don't have it. Greg. And I can't even get him on a phone. Oh, this thing is almost, just hang on, Greg. I'm looking for your thing. My phone is, it's uploading something, but it's almost done. And then, all right, Greg, if you could text me your email address.
Good night, Sundance.
I can't find it. Where the hell could it? No. Oh, God. I got to have it here. Anyway, he's going to send it to me. Oh, boy. By the time they picked the upgrade. Oh, geez. Now they're optimizing apps. Oh, God. Greg. I got everybody's except his. Greg, there it says optimizing apps, but it says 100%. So maybe that's done. And so text me your email address. I should. Oh, God. What the hell? Okay, let me see. Let's see. It's doing all this crazy stuff. Galaxy, advanced intelligence. All I want to do is get back on my phone. Oh, here it is. Hello. Hello, Greg.
Yeah, I texted you the link.
Yeah, but my phone is not.
My email address.
Yeah. No, tell it to me on the phone here. So wait, let me get back to the email. Wait a second, because my phone, they're optimizing something. I don't know what they're doing. Anyway, let me. Okay. All right. What's your email, Greg?
Gregory Peck. So G.
Wait a minute. Spell it out.
Gregory G. G.
Go ahead.
G.
Joe,
E.
just you see these races?
Wait a minute. Hold it, Greg.
Yeah.
Wait
See
a
the
minute.
final?
They're updating something. Jesus Christ.
Right now?
Oh,
It's all over. The Democrats won everything.
Oh, yeah, those races. I'm talking about the horse races.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
all right. Let me write. GRE what?
It's unreal.
Hold on a minute. Guys, stop talking a minute because I can't hear what he's saying.
I'm
Start
sorry,
from the
Len.
beginning, Greg.
Sorry.
Stop talking a minute because I can't hear what he's saying. Greg.
Gregory.
All right, that's not Gregory. That's G.
Gregory.
Okay, wait a minute. All right. GORY. Okay, wait a minute. GREGORY. Go ahead.
No. Yes, GREGORY.
Go ahead.
Peck, PECK.
PECK.
Horses, plural, HORSES.
Okay,
Horses.
go ahead.
So Gregory Peck Horses
Yep.
at gmail.com.
At gmail.com. Okay. Okay, I just sent it.
You got it. Okay, good.
They're updating my phone now. What a disaster. Oh, God. Anyway. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay, we did it.
Greg.
Okay, Greg. Can you
Yeah,
hear me? Okay,
Hey, Greg.
we can hear you.
loud and clear. Loud and
Okay.
clear. Here's
All
what
right.
everybody there, because
Yeah.
when PM and then people were nice about it, here's what happened. It was dark. She was a 2-year-old trotting filly by Father Patrick. There was a recall because what they do now, and like Billy O'Donnell said, he was all over the world and he never saw them park the horses in post parade in the infield. But they do that here. So one horse they're walking him around in the infield, and he tears a pylon out coming. It's so stupid. They should not be anywhere but on the track. The only time you go inside the pylons is for safety, not to wait for the starting gate to come. So anyway, so it causes a recall. All right. So we get her in there again. I got her nice and quiet her first start. I let him go easily, Marcus Miller, and now he's coming to a walk, 30-1. The average quarter for that class in the previous 8 weeks was 29-1. So now I'm up behind him. You know what it's like, Larry. I'm either going to go over the top of him or I got to get out of the way. I get her out of the way, go on the run, get clearance, lose ground, go back trotting into the hole. So no violation of the braking rule. First, they were going to tell me there was that. All right. So he's walking again. Now, I got to come again because we're going to get the half of 102 here. And as the magic man said, William O'Donnell, that Mr. Miller decided to change his mind. He was going to let me go, but because it was me, it wasn't Tim Teeter or whatever, he was going to try and make a fool out of me, so he turns the whip ahead. Now, so my mare goes from getting out to in on the turns, which a lot of trotters do. Okay. And then by the time I got her fished out, you laugh at this, because it put one of his wheels inside the pylons. Okay. Now, what everybody said, what he should have done, we were all, though the rest of the field was way back. So anybody else, any other fool would have let me go, because it wasn't like he's going to get locked in. The rest of the field made a break because Sarah Svanson made a break and didn't get out of the way. So no, and then he comes back onto the track as I'm getting straightened up, just like that. But it looks like, yeah, that I went like that. That wasn't what happened. But for some reason now, they say they have a camera there for that part of their head up, but they didn't have it. And here was the other thing. They didn't even show the replay of the race. Now, nobody has ever heard, if you even went back to Roosevelt, whenever they started the TV monitor, especially if a horse was on the board. Her name was Stick With Me, so she crossed the finish line second, right? So it should flash up, and then they show the replay. They didn't even show it. And they disqualified me back to all of it. Then I get in off the track. They give me this, what they call I was summarily suspended, the first time ever in Pennsylvania, by the way, because they said I deliberately tried to do it. Well, who would deliberately try to do that? And the irony was, it only affected the two horses. I've seen guys, Larry, you've probably seen it today, knock the entire field down, cause the race to be no contest, and they don't give them 2 years and 5,000. So we knew there was something. Then they tell me, you're going to like this now. So they say, you got to come down within 3 days to have the hearing. I went down, we had the hearing. It was embarrassing to the judges. I mean, embarrassing. They were so bad that when it went to the appeal, my lawyer told me, Mike, this is going to be easy. All I got to do is play back that replay, and you're going to win for fun. Guess what? He didn't play back the replay in the appeal. So I lost. No wonder. Like, you say, what is this? You start thinking, I don't believe in a conspiracy theory, but you start to wonder. Okay, the same as they told me I couldn't appeal it. Yes, you can appeal it. They took me out, and here was the other funny thing. That was on Sunday. Monday, I go to Pocono, and I get there, and I got my appeal forms and everything. And they say, Jimmy Marshall, who's a great guy, who's an associate judge, says, we haven't gotten any ruling on it, so don't worry. But I said, well, I got all my appeal. I went in, I urinated, if you will, and I took the breathalyzer test, right, to sign in as the driver. And the next thing I hear, I'm getting dressed, sitting with George Knapp, my friend, and they say there'll be a driver change on Highgate in the third race. And I'm thinking, well, nobody told me. So I call the executive director of the racing commission. He says, you can't appeal that. Really? No. Of course you could, by the way. So here's the irony. So they took me off. And the funniest thing, and I'm on my way home, I won both feature trots. George Knapp drove one, Anthony Knapp drove. It was the funniest thing. Here I am driving home with this 2-year, $5,000, all this kind of BS. And here it is on the front cover, the USDA from the PHHA. Peck wins, both trotting features. I had a mare, a 3-year-old, beat an open horse, a Walner. 1-9 was Fonstead. George Knapp put her on the lead, and I told, you're going to have to give her a little break along the way. None of this sending her down the back. And he didn't, and he hung on. So that's what happened. But Ronnie Burke had the best line. I'm at the Meadowlands, and Ronnie comes up to me and says, what happened? Did you lose your cool? No. I said, the funny thing is, everybody noticed who lost the cool was Marcus Miller. Okay. And everybody said, you think he would have just taken back at that point, which usually they do. So, but Ronnie said, so they're going to have to give you something. I said, well, what do you think? 10 days, he said. I said, yeah, that's about right. I said, as a matter of fact, the most ever given was 10 days in Illinois in the 80s. So why do you think? Now, I took full blame for it, which I really should. But look, I said, I'm sorry. It's an accident. They were going on saying I intentionally did it. What would I want to do? Fall down myself? And there I am with a 2-year-old trotter? Come on. What is big deal? 1 second, Benny. They're 2-year-olds, Gregory. The horse was steppy from the beginning of the race. Whose horse was steppy she was perfect gaited. Stick with me. No one has to let you go. That's true. You couldn't hold the horse, and that's why it came out plain as day. Well, I'll tell you, Manny, who was it that once said, a French philosopher once said, it's a shame the air must carry the words. So, Manny, I'm going to leave it at that with you and move on. So remember that. It is a shame the air must carry the words. Any other objective, knowledgeable horseman would say, what? She was steppy. She looked very good gaited to me, and she was just a 2-year-old. She was just trotting beautiful, and she wasn't even steppy when you're up on top of his back. And you'd think, and by the way, you'd think what somebody else said to me too, they really should decorate you for a medal. I said, why? Well, any other horse that got caught in the 2-hole like that walking, you would have had to run her over into the back of the starting gate to get her stopped, maybe. But I got her back on and still got second. So, it's just that I am the guy that you told Larry shouldn't have to apologize to. That is true. Narcissist, you know what they say, takes one to know one. So again, we'll finish with, it's a shame the air must carry the words. Now, Ronnie, I got to ask you a question.
Okay.
You shipped for Helton's, right?
Yes, I did.
You must have known my uncle, Bernie Peck.
Very well. He was a great guy and a good friend of mine.
The funniest thing, I've asked Joe. No. I said, a guy came to Aiken. Look, imagine Manny got the narcissist. Remember, he was smoking the cigarette, this and that. Like I say, boy, does it take one to know one. Anybody? That's a good one. I've asked different people. A guy came to Aiken looking for a job with me. And I said, well, he said, I haven't worked with the horses since late 70s, early 80s. I said, who'd you work for? He said, I worked for Billy Helton. I said, well, you must have known my uncle. Who was your uncle? Bernie Peck. He had to think about it, and he said no. So I called Dougie Miller. You know what Dougie Miller said? It would be impossible to have worked for us in the late 70s, early 80s and not know Bernie, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, because he even, Dorothy would see me, Ronnie, every year at the Hambletonian, and she would tell me the 2 best horses they ever owned a piece of, you might remember, were Meadow Elva and Keystone Pioneer.
Absolutely.
And my uncle looked after the 2 of them. And that's what built the farm.
And he was a pleasure to deal with. He was a gentleman, calm, pleasure to deal with. If you had to pick him up, he was always ready on time, even ahead of time, and he was a real gentleman. And the Houghtons thought the world of him.
Well, it was him who took Peter all over Pennsylvania and just you know, and you know the horse he took to drive,
No.
Dr. Doers, because Houghton used to drink
Okay.
Doers, right?
Yeah.
And he's
You got
saying,
that
you know,
right.
if you had a heart race, give me a shot. But he lived at the house with them anyway. What, Manny, Gregory, you have a lot to say anytime you want to meet you and could explain it to me face to face, buddy. Manny, you know, I'm sorry. It's just that little things that just aren't true, you know, they pinch me. Okay. You got, again, look at if you went back and thought about it reasonably. Let's say I did do what you said I did. Let's say you're right. Not 2 years and 5,000. And as far as the narcissist, again, you know, come on, Larry, you might have to step in here again. But anyway, yeah. So it was interesting. Ronnie, I knew you'd know him because he was with them for 30 some years. But I think he said it was there longer. Was Charlie Durham maybe was a groom there a long time?
Yes, he was. Charlie Durham was there also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that would be your main account then, Houghton's, I take it, huh?
Houghton, Dancer, and Continental.
Yeah.
But I always prided myself on Hall and Houghton. And
well, it was kind of gave you a brand, didn't it?
Yes, it did. People used to say to me, "Why didn't you advertise?" I said, "I haul Houghton, Dancer, and Continental. I don't have to." And I'm going to tell you something. When I first started shipping for him, Apples Thomas, his general manager, and I know if you watch the show, his son still works for me to this day.
Right.
His name is Billy Chance. His name is William Thomas too. Anyway, when the father took a liking to Apples, yes, the father took a liking to me, and if you know Apples, if he didn't like you, you could forget about it, right?
Well, no, I was never around there.
He liked me, and he started giving me the horses, and I always did the best job I could. The grooms liked me because all my drivers were ex-grooms and took good care of them. And after maybe a year or two, unfortunately, the salesman for Brookledge, was called Hut then, or Brookledge, actually got into an argument with Billy in the shed row. And he went in and he told Apples, "Don't ever put another horse on one of those trucks again." So, you know, that was music to my ears, right? And they went out of the way not to do that. If Brookledge had a horse coming with 5-6 horses and Apples had one horse coming from upstate New York, he'd send me up special. He never put another horse on the trucks again. But that was lucky for me. Well, and Apples too. Billy told Apple. Billy didn't tell Apples that much to do. He was the general manager, Apples.
Right.
But when Billy came and told him something, that was it. You know, and he said to Apples, "Don't ever put another horse of ours on Brookledge again." And he walked out, and that was it. So, you know,
yeah, I think I kind of knew that. Yeah.
What happened is, I mean, you know, if you want to know, they were kind of sharing the work with me because Brookledge went on strike, and they couldn't come in. So I was shuttling the horses, from Jason's farm back into them. And I didn't say it. I said to Apples, I'm getting $15 a horse here. These guys are getting hundreds of dollars. He said, if they ever go on strike again, I won't take the work away from you. So they went on strike again. He gave me the work and they came back in again. And anyway, he was still giving them, was giving them work. And Apple said to Teddy, "I have 7 horses in Saratoga. I need them coming back here to Roseville." He said, "I don't know if you know Teddy, a great guy. I liked him. He was a personal friend of mine too, and I learned a lot from him." He said, "You have them horses ready at 1 o'clock in the morning when we come rolling through there." Apple said, I'm not telling those grooms to be ready 1 o'clock in the morning. Forget it. He called me. He said, "Can you have a truck there 8 o'clock?" And I did.
Brought the horses. Larry, could you do me a favor, Mr. Manny? Actually, Tony is a great line. Trying to intimidate a senior citizen isn't a good look. You're right, by the way, Tony. I am 61, so that would be a senior citizen. So Manny is now saying Tony, you're right. I will probably tie my right arm to my left leg. So he's, the whole, it's what some people say. See, you know what, Ron?
You know what? I'm sorry I brought this whole thing up, tell you the truth. Really.
What's that?
At this point, I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up.
No.
Larry for his opinion.
Listen, at this point, I'm so happy that I've met you because what I'm not good at is is things that are just factually untrue or based on opinion that affect your life, And I'm proud I have 2 sons. One was an Army Ranger. You know what that is. Go to Afghanistan for 10 days and come back. Why? Because they didn't F around. The 2 of them are both black belts in jiu-jitsu. They're really good kids. And they, you know what? Today, you just can't be fighting with people. That's, and people who threaten, it's just a very bad look. It really is, which is fine. But with that being said, somebody else said.
What I was saying to you is,
Yeah.
when I brought the horses, we got the 7 horses back to Roosevelt. I would
Yeah.
say maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And when Teddy saw those horses come off the truck, he exploded. And he went into Apples and he said to him, I can't believe you gave those horses to Woodbury. I told you I'd pick them up. Apple said to me, Teddy, you don't tell me what to do. I tell you what to do. If you have a problem with it, Mr. Houghton, that's what they always call him, Mr. Houghton's right in the shed row. Why don't you go tell him? Now, if you knew Billy, he was the nicest, calmest gentleman. I never saw him. They didn't have a sport jacket on. Anyway,
that's right.
So he went
and white pants.
Yeah, and he got right in Billy's face, and he said, he says, I'm sick and tired of your man in there, doing this and that. I forget the exact words, but anyway, Billy said to him, what are you talking about? So he told him, and he tried to get by him, like Billy was always busy, he would never just stop. He was always busy. And he blocked the shed row, and Billy said to him, I was standing right there, and Billy said to him, what do you want to fight me, Teddy? Anyway, when I heard that, I knew it was over, right? So Teddy, no, I don't want to fight you. He says, well, just get out of the way. I'm done talking to you. He walked straight into the office, and he just said to Apples, don't ever put a horse on Brooklyn's truck again. All right, Apples said, whatever you say, Bill. And that was it. But yes, I hung my hat and a lot of pride on hauling Houghton, Dancer, and Continental. I had
what you are,
right
remember, Ronnie, what you are is a class guy. As I said,
Well,
I
thank
said
you.
that about.
Okay, I'm sorry I brought this whole thing up.
No, I'm glad you brought it up.
I really only meant to ask Larry his opinion. I didn't mean to,
No.
But anyway,
but what I'm glad is I met you. You're a class guy, because you know what somebody said about me, and they're right. You get very dysfunctional around dysfunctionality, and it's true. I don't do well with, the dysfunctionality of opinions and that are just not right, because I wouldn't do them to anybody. You'll notice that with me. And Larry, is wonderful. He's a class guy. We've got Joe and Mike. It's a great show. We got. Oh, by the way, Sal DeMario is coming on again Thursday night. Joe and I were talking about that today, and I told Larry, another very classy guy, Ronnie. Sal, did you know him?
No, I didn't. I met him I didn't meet him. I saw him on the show when Joe brought him on about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I thought he was very interesting, and he explained things very well. He actually explained how HISA came into being, or his version of it, which made sense to me.
Right. Well, but you know what? It's nice.
You know something, Greg? Now I got you on. You had Brian Sears drive your horse, right? That great trot you have. Do you know that I used to ship horses out of Pompano Beach when he was 3 feet off the ground, walking into his father, Jay Sears' shed row? That's how long I knew him before even, I think he was 10, 12 years old, maybe. And right. I used to ship his father, the grandfather too. Jay Sears back to Vernon, and Brian Sears used to come by the barn when he was a little boy. So that's how far back I go. I'm 81 years old. That's far back I go. Then he got older and older, and he started driving. He actually started driving in Pittsburgh, I think, at the Meadows.
No, I thought Pompano maybe.
No. Then he came to Pompano. Okay. I think he started at the Meadows. I'm not sure. Then he came to Pompano and he drove there. But there was something where his father wanted him to go some other place first. I could be wrong, but he always was a really very.
Because I always tell Larry, I try to respect Tony. You're right. You saw it. It did look, it looked bad, especially without a camera, without a head-on shot. There's no doubt about it. But and we can see the suspension. Whether I completely acknowledge that it was just the length.
Let me ask you a question, Greg.
Yeah.
I know you know Billy O'Donnell, and I know
Yes.
Billy saw the race. What was Billy's opinion?
He said that typically when you let a guy go, they're going to let you come back. But instead, he went to the front and walked. But his big line was, after you made the break and miraculously got the horse back trotting and back in the hole. There's no hobbles on or anything. It looked like he was going to let me go, but then he changed his mind and turned his whip ahead. And now we're coming into a turn. But it happened. I wish he had to have done it. Because it was really, really hard. But again, it was, if you really looked at it, if you have the time now, it only affected us 2 horses. Yeah, even though they disqualified, but like I said, there was horses 7-8 lengths back that made a break, had nothing to do with us. So, but the whole thing, it bothers me. But you know what? I'd ask the group. Now, I came on here to explain it, not to argue about it like it really. But when I heard it, and I saw some people who say some nice things. By the way, Marcus Miller's story, I can tell you that was, he maintained, that I intentionally did it. So, but he didn't tell about him pointing his fist and getting up my face after the race. So it's over with now, but I just thought it was on. But Larry, so that's what Billy O'Donnell said. He changed his mind. And if it had been somebody else, and the irony was, I'd never had that happen to me before. But, and as far as what could have happened, again, there are races where you've seen it. They call it no contest. The whole field is knocked down, but they don't give the guy 2 years and 5,000. Or you've seen horses collide and one dies. They don't give the guy 2 years and 5,000. So it's, it is what it is, it is. But back to you, Ronnie. No, when I saw that about, I said, you'll know him. His real name was Brendan, by the way, and I named my son Brendan Joseph. But you guys all called him Bernie. He would go to mass about every day, when he came home. He moved back to Nova Scotia when he was maybe 62. But that is, the few fond memories, when Dorothy said that, and the fact that he took Peter to the Pennsylvania fairs to drive Dr. Doors, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And with Peter at the bottom of the barrel the night that it happened, tried to get his keys from him, from everything, and yeah.
No.
So that was a rough thing.
To put a button on this whole thing.
Yeah.
The plain and simple thing is, me watching that race from the beginning. The gate opened, you let him go. You let him go. The first 8, he got everybody in single file. Everything was fine. Then he started taking back. Before the quarter pole, you were 2 feet off his helmet. Then you could see he just started taking back. You were about to climb over his helmet. You come back out, 2 bad steps, and you got him right back trotting. You went on. Now at that point, I could be wrong, but at that point, from what I saw, in my opinion, is that first of all, and I've been in that situation 100 times, maybe even more, and so has every other driver. You look over and you say, "Take a seat, I'm cutting it." Or you don't say nothing, and you can tell by the language of the guy, the driver, the horse, and everything else what's about to happen. He wants to lead. He's given up. In other words, he's saying, "Fuck you, I'm taking the lead." Now, and this is what I said. Now, at that point, you're wheel to wheel. You're a little ahead of him. At that point, and like I said this, had the pylons been right after the pylons been a 50-foot drop, he would have taken back. Whether you did it on purpose or whether you didn't do it on purpose, you were wrong. And had he taken back, none of this would have happened. In my opinion, every driver in the world at that point, when it was clear that a collision was going to happen, or unless you went into the pylon, you would have taken back. In fact, in my opinion, he should have taken back 5 or 6 steps before that.
Yeah.
When he saw the inevitable going to happen.
Because at that point, it was only a 2-horse race.
Right. You take back.
Yeah.
And
you know what? Yeah, but listen, here's what happened. Obviously, and see, this is what gets me. I've said it over and over. I take responsibility. It should not have happened. I'm sorry that it did happen. If I had my day to do it over again, I would have maybe gone even wider in the stretch to know she's going to come down on the turn and not assume he's going to let me go. The surprise was, by the way, a lot of the drivers pretty well told him, you know what, if he had done it to them, changing his mind and making a fool out of him, what they would have done, huh? Oh, yeah, a lot of guys say that. You know, it was a sad thing, you know, that happened, but it was just that the whole thing. Again, I'm not a conspiracy theory type, but I
why do you think the severe punishment?
Because for some reason, whatever it is, Muscle Hill was obviously the best thing to happen to me, but it's also the worst in a way that people till this day, you know, don't treat me with a lot of respect. We saw it here tonight, even after I said, you know, I'm sorry, it was my fault, and a few people said, good, you know, you took ownership of that. I still got the disrespect, but I think that's a lot of it. I think that I was starting to do well again. I'd won like the last 3 horses at the Meadowlands that, you know, that they won. And I remember I won a lot with myself driving too. I was fortunate. I was able to do that. I don't know why. I was better in my 50s than I was in my 20s. So I don't know why, but I think that's why that they wanted to do something to me. But, you know, it's kind of something that you can't prove. So, you shouldn't say. Tony, by the way, has a good point here. You know, I like, see, these are good points. Are trainers caught using drugs even suspended that life? No, Tony, you're right. I see it all the time. I've never seen anything like it. And then what was really bad was the appeal. So what would have to happen now is you'd have to take it to a higher court. But I'm at the point, I'm at the point now, I really don't know that I want to do it again anyway, because of stuff like this. I don't do well. I do so much better around people like we have here today, or the people who have been respectful. I would do anything. I used to love when people would come. I'd show them the horse. I'd give them complete access. And the other thing is, I think that I speak with confidence. So they say that that's arrogant. You're doing this and that. Where I like what Larry says when I speak. I speak factually, and I apologize. And we've had some, issues technically on the show here, and that's it is what it is. And this guy's going to keep it up, so I'll just let it go. It gave him something to do tonight, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Can I interview Ronnie a little bit? Because I don't know if I'll see him again. Can I take a few minutes?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, because, that's why my role has been to, Larry wants me to take the lead. And I appreciate that, because I was in a business where I taught people how to be interviewed and how to interview. That was my other business. It was written up in the New York Times and everything, Ronnie, and we don't normally get much good publicity in the New York Times. Okay. Now, did you know Jimmy Orvidorf, who had Gray's Saddlery?
Yes, of course I did.
Well, no,
I knew all of them. Right.
Well, they say that Gray's Saddlery was really quite a tack shop, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and right on Post Avenue, is that where it was?
I think so, yeah. It's 40 years ago. But yeah. I think it was on Post Avenue.
It was right by John Bocci had a bar there, right?
Yes, I think that's where it was. I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, it was a long time ago, but he was. Yeah, he did. And Kelly's had his shop right on the track.
Right.
In fact, he had a trailer there and then another repair trailer. He was right by the training track. Yeah.
Ronnie, now that it seems that the transportation of horses has gotten really lucrative again. Talking about O'Donnell's stepson, I think he has 6 rigs. Now they're all 4, 6, 8 horse rigs, which they the only ones that Brookledge is still around and Ralph's boys are still around.
Yeah.
But now when Muscle Hill went any distance, he shipped via tractor trailer, huh?
Right. Yeah.
I thought it was better for him.
Well, it definitely is.
Yeah.
You can't compare the ride to
No.
an air ride trailer to 2-horse van, 4-horse van, 6-horse van, 8-horse van. The business has changed dramatically in the way that there used to be breakups from the racetracks. Liberty Bell would close, you go to Brandywine, or Brandywine to Liberty Bell. Yonkers would close, you go to Roosevelt. Roosevelt closed, you go to Yonkers, right? You would ship the horses to the Meadowlands back and forth. And most noticeably there was a ton of horses on the Grand Circuit. There was the New York Sire Stakes and then the Grand Circuit. The New York Sire Stakes, of course, was Yonkers, Buffalo, Batavia, Vernon Downs, Syracuse for that week when they had the mile. Monticello, but the Grand Circuit started in Meadowlands before the Hamiltonian, and it would go from the Meadowlands to the Meadows to Vernon to DuQuoin, and that's where they would have the Hamiltonian, and then DuQuoin would either go to Canada or to Chicago, and then back to Lexington, Indianapolis, and then Lexington. There used to be a ton. Houghton used to have 18, 19 horses on that. A Dancer would have 2 truckloads. Schulte would have 2 truckloads. Popfinger would have 2 truckloads. All those guys would have all those horses going, and then you raced it a week and you took them all to the next track and the next track and the next track. And
Ronnie, when did as we called them the gooseneck or fifth wheel? Because I grew up in the Maritimes, I never saw a bumper pull or a fifth wheel or whatever you call it.
Right.
There was no such thing in the Maritimes. They were either a bumper pull trailer or a ton truck with a 4-horse box on the back of it.
That's
where
right.
You put 3. Yeah. Okay. When did they come out with? Did they start using the slant load? What we call the?
I would say probably early 90s, maybe 90. Yeah.
Late 80s.
Yeah. Everybody had a 2-horse trailer. Everybody had a 2-horse, a 2-horse trailer, and a guy that had 2 horses had a 2-horse trailer. They wouldn't ship with me. You know what I mean? If they wanted to go long distance, they would. But the people, Greg, the people that were on the Grand Circuit that had Grand Circuit type horses, that had New York Sire Stake horses, they shipped with me, right? Yeah. And I had a salesman. We call them agents. A salesman on every track. In fact, all my salesmen were ex-trainers. A good friend of mine, Gene Mangum, I just spoke to today in California. He was the second trainer for Del Insco. He would be on the New York Sire Stakes. Apples would tell me what horses to train because maybe once in a while, somebody wouldn't show up, right? Stanley Dancer, right? He would tell me, said, tell Gene to go this much and that, right? Of course they're going to ship with me after that. I got an agent working with me that's training their horses for them, right? And
but they knew you were an organized, classy type of guy, so that would get the job.
I felt I had
customer service.
Yeah, well, they had personalized customer service because it was my life. I was involved in it. I loved it. I wanted to succeed in it. Gregory, I had my trucks in a truck magazine called Transport Topics, and it said Woodbury's trucks look as good from 3 feet away as they do 30 feet away. You know what that meant? I used to pick Stanley Dancer up to go to Florida. We used to put 8, go down there on a Saturday, get there at noon. We would line the trucks up on his training track, and he would bring the equipment. He had a trainer there, I think his name was Clint Warrington, and he had two sons, Clint
Yeah,
Jr.
Clint Jr., that's
yeah,
right.
yeah. And Clint Sr., he was Stanley's head guy. He ran that place. He ran that place with an iron fist.
Chewing tobacco all the time.
I think Stanley actually had to get rid of him for being too rough on the grooms. You know,
Yeah.
and he was a barroom brawler. He was a nice guy. He was always good to me. But we would line those trucks up and they bring the equipment out, you know, truck by truck, whichever horse would go there. He had a guy working for him called Mr. Libby. Do you know him?
No.
He's a white-haired guy with his wife. He lived on, Stanley provided a house for him on his farm, and he lived there forever. He used to drive Stanley around until he got a little old. Mr. Libby used to go around and point and look at it. He'd say, Stanley, look at the frame on that truck. Look at that thing. That thing is this washed and everything. I said, because I would have, of course, before I went there, I would make sure the frames and everything were power washed before again. He would be pointing that all out. And Stanley was as proud as a peacock, and he would take us all to dinner. Believe it or not, he would take us out to this restaurant in New Jersey that had one of those little bowling things, you know, where you throw the puck down, and he'd be playing like a normal guy, you know, Stanley. And then we would be there 6 o'clock in the morning, load the horses, and on the way to Florida. But I mean, when you haul for Stanley Dancer, you know what his barn looked like, what his equipment looked like. Stanley had 2 sets of harness for every horse. He used 1 set today, cleaned it, put away, used your second set tomorrow, cleaned it, put away. And he ran that with an iron fist, you know, that everything was so clean and neat and everything like that. And Stanley liked to associate with somebody that had trucks like that, you know what I mean? And my drivers were horsemen.
Yeah,
They
but
were horsemen.
I could see you had service. By the way, one quick thing, the more I think about it, because I guess I've been through a lot to Manny or anybody, I'm sorry. You know, people have their opinion, and I should just let them have their opinion. So I hope you're still on board. Anybody who, you know, feels that I get upset with them, I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry. People have their opinions, and you should be able to express whatever you want.
I want to answer 2 comments that are up here that have something to do with one another. One's addressed to me, so I want to answer them.
Yeah.
The first one is Manny. Manny says, I love how people think the driver cutting the mile has to give up the top. The driver who wants to cut the mile, don't do what the guy did in Greg Peck's race. They know you never see a top driver at a top racetrack. I've seen it plenty of times at Green Mountain, in Monticello, in Hinsdale. You see it all the time, even in Dover. But you don't see the top guys. When they cut a mile, they don't, none of these 13-second eighths and the next one is 7. They don't do it.
Yeah,
They just go along. They back it up very gradually, very slow, so nobody gets jammed up.
Yeah, and if they don't want, Larry, let's face it, and if they, and I don't mean to talk over, but again, just now wrong. And if they don't want to let anybody go, they go along with serious fractions, so nobody has to pull on them.
Right.
They don't go 30 and 1 and then going to go half and 102. Right. It's no. They used to, again, years ago. Yes.
Yeah. So to answer Manny's question is, and every top driver knows this, and everybody knows it. If you've been around long enough, if you want to cut it, good guys know what to do to cut it. Real quick, get everybody in a hole, and then just keep going so everybody stays there. And that's also an unwritten word or announcement that you want to cut it. So just stay where you are. The minute you pull that shit, you just start backing up. Definitely. If the guy sitting third has any kind of shot in the race, he's coming right out and charging. Now, the next question here is from Tony. He says, another question, Larry and Joe, were there any times you purposely, consistently parked out a guy? No. The only time, you got to understand this, that to be a top driver, there's reasons for everything that you do. It's strategy, and maybe the first eighth of a mile that comes at you, you would say, just like I said before, take a seat, I'm cutting this one. Or sometimes you don't even have to say the words, just by what you're doing. And after a while, you've seen a perfect example is in the cane, was in a little brown jug. Or maybe the cane pace with Wildwood Jeb. Hervé knew that the only way Wildwood Jeb could get beat is if you don't cut it. And Hervé, if you watch I think it was the first elimination, if you watch that race, he knew Wildwood Jeb had to cut it, but he went at him. He went at him hard for about an eighth of a mile. And then he without saying a word, you have to take back. You just know. And that's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes without saying a word, just with actions, just by the way things happen. It's hard to explain unless you were driving. That's why a lot of times the things Manny says, like, who says a guy cutting it has to give up the lead? There's strategy involved in that. There's things that you do. A lot of guys out of the 8-hole, they leave like a freight train. They make the top and they jam the brakes right on. All they wanted to do is improve their position from the 8-hole, but they don't want to cut it. So they do what the guy did with you. They just jam the brakes on. Somebody's going to come, and now instead of sitting 20 lengths behind the lead horse, they're in the 2-hole now, probably to one of the favorites that are going to come out.
But
So
this,
it's all
imagine
strategies, and for the good drivers, you can't question them because they just know what they're doing.
Here's what was sad too. It was a maiden trot, a non-winner's a 1. Scratched down the 6 horses or whatever, and there was us 2 at 7 or 8 lengths back. That's what's sad, but it happened at the spur of the moment. So if I had my day to do over again, I would have just had to keep steering her in. I shouldn't have thought of, but I had her more on my mind. I was trying to get her around with a good experience because she was no good when I got her. Yeah. So that's kind of what happened there. But everybody, has their own way of doing things, I guess. Can I go back to Ronnie again? I got another question.
Okay.
As to that question, there was nobody I would consistently park out. I didn't hold the grudge against anybody. You just got to go by. Sometimes a horse you would want to stay away from, but never really a driver that you would consistently park out. No.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I never really answered the question. I feel the same way. The only time I ever did that, and I hated when I did it, but
is when you had to do it.
When I had to do what I had to do, and I hated to do it. Like that one time with that poor kid,
Humberto Rodriguez.
Guy that slashed me with the whip because I wouldn't let him
Humberto Rodriguez.
Humberto Rodriguez. I felt so bad. I even felt bad. My face was sliced in half. He sliced my hand, my left hand up, and he had a ton of horse. When Grundy did that to me in a legitimate race, I begged him to let me out, and he says, "You'll be all right." Well, my horse fell down. He choked down. He broke his neck, and he died. But the race I was in with Humberto Rodriguez was not a legitimate race. It was a setup, and he had to be out of the money. He wouldn't take money to be out of it. He wouldn't do anything. He wanted to win, and it was my job to make sure that he didn't get out. And for that, I got sliced across the face. My whole left hand was bleeding, and I felt terrible. And then right after the race was over, because I had to wait, I couldn't respond because I had to keep him in because he kept whipping me. I had to wait till after the race was over because I had a big bet. It meant a lot of money to me. And right after the finish line, after the last horse got across the finish line, I put him over the rail. And I felt so bad for him. I wind up giving him $5,000. We both got fined $1,000. I paid the fine, and I couldn't apologize enough. And I tried to make it up to him through the years. But that was the bullshit that I did when I was on the other side of the fence. And sometimes I think about these things that I did. I did a couple of bad things. The nicest guy in the world, George Gilmore. I sold him my house in Florida. I give him everything, the furniture, everything. He's just a good guy. But there was a race. I really had to. Yeah. I had to do what I had to do, and I had to do it. And after that, I couldn't just go up to him and say, I'm sorry. I just avoided him for a long time. And then finally, you know, I went up to him and says, look, George, I'm really sorry. And but these are the things, these are the scumbag things that I had to do because of my addiction. And
Well, you know what, Larry? I wouldn't call yourself that, you know.
no, it is what it is,
Well,
Greg.
but but it was an addiction, like you say. You again, you're acknowledging that you know, the same as you know, that, you know, we all have our something about us, you know. So you know, it's too bad, because what's sad is that you were good at it. Because, you know, Ronnie, I've talked to O'Donnell, would be one of my closest friends, the different ones. They all said Larry was good. Huh? You know, what wasn't like he was, which was not usually the situation for a guy who kind of trained and drove his own, right? The same as Joe was good, but he trained and drove his own. And then, of course, he used the catch drivers as well. But, you know, it is what it is.
Through the last couple of weeks, I must have got, I didn't even tell you this, Joe. I must have got 15 or 20 articles that were in the newspapers about you and the 10, 12 years that you were leading trainer at wherever you went. I must have got 15 or 20 of them. And
From who?
All over. I get them on the.
But people sent me them too. I got a couple too.
Yeah.
I don't know who sent them though.
Yeah. So
wouldn't be Mike, would it?
What?
Wouldn't be Mike, your son?
No. No, he would have let me know.
No, these were some people. They just pop up on my Facebook. So some of them send them to me where I can't even respond because I'm not friends with them, or there's no way to respond. They just pop up. Another article about Joe. Another article about Joe. Don't forget, it's been 10 years that you were top of the heap there, and you probably got a lot of write-ups. You know, we only
there was write-ups all the time.
Yeah, so that's probably why. What I did was I don't know how to explain it. The only thing is, a lot of people and Mike LaChance basically started this because after I got out of the business, when the barn area closed at the Meadowlands, I wasn't in touch with any horsemen or anything, and it was like unbelievable that when they had that horsemen's get together, that I was invited to go, and that O'Donnell and Campbell invited me up to their table.
Yeah.
For the.
No, they like and respect you. That's why.
And everybody knew for years what I was doing and everything else. And now that it's over, you know what? When you're in the middle of it, you don't think of nothing. People say, "Weren't you afraid? Weren't you this? Weren't you that?" You don't think it's a job. You have to do it. So you just do what you have to do. After it's over, you can't. I spent the next 5-10 years trying to repay or help all the people that lived through my bullshit, and it was 7-8 years of that. And now sometimes you sit back and you think and you just say like I just want to put the past behind me. But there were a lot of guys like a Davy Marshall that before I had the chance to show my appreciation,
he died. And
it bothers me. It just that things bother me now. Back when I was in the middle of it, you don't think of it. You don't think that you're hurting these people. There was a day when I called up my cousin, and I already wiped her out. These are regular people, hardworking people, and I said, I'm 5,000 short, and you become like a real fucking mutt. You become like somebody that has no no respect for anything or anybody. I says, I need $5. Get your credit cards, take cash advances. These are poor, hardworking people. I did that. I did things that make me like a fucking mutt wouldn't do.
The black sheep of the family.
Yeah, but
Well, you know what it is, though, Larry, and people say this to me, and that's why I'm kind of like the way I am, and I'm giving you the same advice everybody gives me. Says, you know, at some point you got to forgive yourself. Maybe you'll have, and I kind of haven't either. That because I went from the top to the bottom in a hurry, and you know, I wish I could blame somebody, but I can't. You know,
we all did the things that we regret.
Well, Joe's told me some stuff that
That's for sure.
Makes me
That's
feel
for sure.
Now, and then Ronnie,
Yes.
you look like a guy who's super organized, who really didn't do
Thank
anything
you.
wrong.
That what?
You look like one of those guys that never did anything wrong. I'm surprised.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I did a lot of things wrong to myself, but I've never hurt anybody, to tell you the truth.
Well, that's
yeah. And you know, you say you're sorry for that particular race, but Gregory, it isn't the worst thing in the world. I can tell you 100 things worse I did than that. I can tell you a million things worse I did in life that you probably go, oh, shoot.
Yeah, but
Larry probably
to that,
knocked me right off. I'm not proud of it, but you know, we're sorry, and you move on from it. You know, you're sorry. And in my case, I have
more
a different
happened
way.
after that, and we'll leave it as it is. Ronnie, I'll tell you what I did want to ask you. A friend of mine keeps asking me. He doesn't understand why the guys that say have a 6-horse bumper pull, that they don't buy, you know, the 6-horse with the box on the back. Who makes that? The
first reason is they're much more expensive, right? There used to be a guy there. He was called Frank Imperatori. Frank Imperatori's vans. He made trailers for a while, but he stopped. But he made 6-horse van, 3-horse and 6-horse van. They were the most beautiful things. The workmanship was unbelievable. He had a decent engine in. He had a very good suspension that the horses could ride. I had him build me a 6-horse van, and on the back they used to have a tailgate that hung down, and you could put 6 trunks on there and then tie that to the back. But instead of a peak, you know what I'm talking about, like a peak over the truck, I had the peak cut off, and I had a rack built out.
Yeah,
an actual rack built out with 2 iron, steel rods going right down to the bumper.
Yeah.
And that's where all the jog carts and bikes went.
Okay.
And people love that because everybody else, they would put the trunks in between the aisle of the 6 horses.
Yeah.
You'd have 6 horses stacked up. That's not good, right?
But you could easily. How much do you think? How much do you think they would cost today to buy one of those?
$100,000.
Okay.
The price is
buy a good
joke.
GMC truck. They tell me with all the toys now is $100,000 plus the trailer is like $50,000.
Trucks I have, the tractor costs $250,000 for the tractor. Forget about the trailer. That's another $100-something-thousand. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying
very expensive. Yes.
It would last longer, hold up better than the trucks that
a person in the horse transportation, Greg, is not going to make that kind of huge investment.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
Good night. Getting late. Manny, good night to you. By the way, Larry, if Manny wants my number, we could probably be good friends. We're a lot alike, actually. And now I'm really sorry.
Manny's really.
Now I'm really sorry for what I said. Manny, you're okay. Don't mind me. What?
Manny's a good guy.
He's good. That's right.
Sometimes the statements he makes is because he never had the experience on the racetrack.
Maybe he likes teasing us too.
Yeah, he's a good guy. That's
okay.
Why he's just very. He is.
You never know somebody. You never know somebody until you really get to know them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. If you went
out with Manny, he would taper down all of some of these
Yeah.
sarcastic and argumentative remarks that he
Yeah,
makes.
that's all
He
right.
would taper it all down. Really a good guy. He's
Yeah, I
really
can
a
see
good guy.
that. Yeah.
And that's why I was wrong, and I apologize. But he's
Well, I'm wrong too,
a
so I
good
should
guy.
apologize.
And I only
Well,
wish that he
you
would
know,
get.
truthfully, in his defense, like I've never met him, but in his defense, he got my number, my cell number somehow. He called me and he wanted to call me and tell me that he apologized for making a comment on the show, and he didn't mean, that comment, that what he said when I said that he said something I said was irrelevant. He said I didn't mean that, and I didn't. And I spoke to
I
him on the
gave
phone a
I
couple of
gave
times. He's a
I
totally
gave him
normal, nice person. He's not argumentative,
Yeah.
nasty. He doesn't talk shit about anybody. I mean, truthfully,
But Ronnie, I've
it's
had
hard to make these comments because you want to get everything all out, and you don't, what I mean.
Right.
But on the phone, he's completely different. So that's all I'm going to say about him. Like I
Ronnie,
said,
here's my problem. I'm jaded. I've had so many things said, and I have a family. It hurts me. It
yeah,
hurts.
I
A lot of
don't
stuff was
blame
said
you.
about me, and I wasn't even there.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't blame you.
Why did they
That's
stop you? Why'd they stop you from going into the paddock on Hamilton?
No, I didn't even go. Actually, I didn't go. I didn't really want to go. I stayed home, but I watched it.
But weren't you told that you couldn't go in the paddock?
That is, yeah. I couldn't go where you would need a license. So that's the paddock. Which with Sal working on, things are going to get worked out. Put it that way. Okay. But I don't want to go anywhere I thought I would want. But as far as anywhere else, the grandstand, yeah, the judges, and they were nice about it. They said that's fine. But I don't know why. I guess that I don't know. I don't know what it is. If I'm not in it, you'd be surprised. I kind of rather watch it on home and see the interviews and stuff like that. It's funny, huh? And remember, it's not like it was. There's maybe 5,000 people. When Muscle Hill won it, there was probably 35,000 people because it was in the big grandstand. It's much less of an event, unfortunately, because of the crowd size. You need to have a big crowd to have a big event. It seems that way anyway, right?
Greg, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine the thrill of having a horse like that. Was there any question in your mind on Hamiltonian Day that horse wasn't going to win?
Yes.
There was.
Yes.
And what was that? Just bad luck?
Well, like Sears would say, but we never talked about. We dined together. We went a lot of places together, but we never talked about Muscle Hill. People say, "What? No." Because that's you see people walking a guy out the door, tell him to leave with the horse. He leaves, it gets parked, and then they're mad at the guy. If you have a driver, let him do what he's going to do, okay? Because he wants to win too, 99% of the time. For some reason, they don't always want to win. Yeah, they do. No, two things. One, a big turning point is I chose the rail because what my concern was, Ronnie Pierce, who's a very good friend of mine, had parked some beach somewhere that time to the half and 52 and a piece and beat him with artificial. So the only way I thought he could lose would be is if Ronnie somehow got around and was able to park him. But I've asked Ronnie about it since. He says he couldn't have parked him anyway. Well, that's what he told me. He was.
All right. And what was the other reason?
Well, like Brian said, something stupid could happen. You never know.
You got bad luck, right?
Shoe. Here's the other concern. He was part of a stable entry. Like Jerry Silva had like 4 in there. 1A, 1B, and 1C. If 1A, 1B, or 1C, if they did something to be disqualified, he would be disqualified as the winner of the Hamiltonian. Yeah. And I thought about that all year. Can you imagine?
That'd
People
be terrible.
don't realize that. Yeah. If one of those other horses were 99 to 1, the fact that they were part of a stable entry, if they did something wrong, Muscle Hill would be thrown right out.
Yeah. But anybody that watched that race could see that horse was never in peril 1 second. He was a clear winner at the half, right?
Well, Yeah, that you could see when Ronnie.
He just kept drawing off.
This way, Ronnie.
That must have been a great thrill. Must have been some thrill.
Could anybody have done it? Probably. Let's say could Larry or Joe, or if you became a trainer, or whoever, could you win the Hamiltonian with Muscle Hill? It's very possible. Or I say this: he might have been better for someone else. He might have been worse for somebody else. He might have been the same. We'll never know. Here's the however. I took so many precautions outside of that. For example, there was a horse the other day, Lou Print. Horse mare get out, and he get over the door, broke his ribs. You saw that, so he's out for the year. Muscle Hill had a night watchman on him starting in Kentucky of his 2-year-old year, and cameras. Okay. When he was trucked, he'd be on a big rig. He'd have not one groom follow him, two. Molly and Sylvia, two of them. I didn't want anything to happen that could have been prevented. So
you had a lottery ticket there.
The racetrack, I would make sure that John Turner, who did, you might have met him in the day, John Turner was Stanley Dancer's track man for 30 years. Okay. Now, I said to somebody one day, what does that tell you? That a guy, he was not only Stanley's track man for 30 years, the only time he really ever talked to him was on payday. What does that tell you? People say, I don't. He must have known what he was doing, right? 30 days with Stanley Dancer and never an argument or nothing. Think about it.
Not kidding. That's a feat.
So
you can last.
The days John worked the track at White Birch in Muscle Hills 2 years. If I was going to train him, I'd make sure with John that he was going to be there, because I can tell you right now, the track was not the same if John wasn't there. Because when the cats, the secondary crew, no. I would literally do this. I'd wheel over to the turn and tell, okay, I'm going to get him. I'll be ready. All right. Wait till I get the water down. I can't do it. Get the water down. Then you get the conditioner. I'd walk back down to the track, go a mile at 54, walk him back to the barn. And John would come and ask me, everything okay? Absolutely. I said, so there's another thing. I say this, but it takes a village. What if I had trained him when John wasn't there and he did stumble or the footing was bad? It could have happened. So let's face it, Ronnie, everything hadn't probably happened the way that it did. In other words, you turn right instead of turn left. Something could happen. I don't mean it in any other way than that. Yeah, it just happened the way it did. And he drew good post positions. Brian Sears never once put him in the wrong spot, which is very odd. Never took it for granted, never compromised him in any way. So everything was, kind of pretty well done. But I did a lot, again, off the track to keep him safe.
Yeah, I believe it because like I said, as far as the ability of the horse, that was God-given. But
that's right.
You have to manage the horse. You have to take care of the horse. You have to make sure the horse is fed properly, taken care of properly, put him in the spot that you want to put him in, and all those things that you mentioned is very, very important. When Billy Houghton had Annihilator, he did similar things with that horse, right? I don't know if you realize it, but when
and Lou, they had him in an air-conditioned van. That was probably your van in Des Moines or whatever, wasn't it?
Well, when he left the Meadowlands to go to the Meadows, he heard that they had some kind of sickness there, and on the way there, he called and said, Lou Guida doesn't want you to take him off the truck. And I was wondering what he meant by that. You know what I mean? He said, just go there. Whatever bond they want to give you, you just park like on the side, but don't take them off the truck. So what we did is, I think on one of these shows, I showed Larry the picture. We opened up the whole 6-horse compartment. Yeah. Literally took all the stalls out. Right. But we did ship them in a stall and a half. Thoroughbreds ship in a stall and a half. Standardbred ship in a single stall, usually. But most, and if you, when you ship thoroughbreds, you put the two stalls together. You have 1, 2 here, 1, 2 there. You make a 9-horse van, a 6-horse van. So we would ship him in a stall and a half. He got to the meadows. We never took him off, and then took the stalls down and turned them out actually turned them loose in the truck.
But
So
when
he
he
lived-
was, but I thought, didn't you, whether I forget where Springfield or the corner, that you had air conditioning in there too, or something? I thought.
Yes, I did. I had a unit, but so when he didn't take him off at the meadows, and of course the horse won, and then Lou Guider called me up and said, "How much will you charge me for me to rent that truck till the day he retires?" Right?
Yeah.
And I told him I'll charge you $1,500 a day, but when we travel, I'll just charge you for the shipment price, right? And then he can stay on the truck, which I did. And I showed Larry and Joe and everybody a picture of him with his head hanging out the stall at one of these stops. But what he would do is he would live on the truck. The groom would take care of him. He took him off. He'd train him, put him back on the truck. We'd turn him loose and put a gate, of course, of the 2 doors open, and put a gate there. When it was time to ship him, we put the stalls from the back, put him in the front, put him in a stall and a half. Of course, shipped him, so he could be in cross ties.
Again, it goes back to the little things.
And then at DuQuoin, Billy asked me if I could get an air conditioner. Right?
Yeah.
We went and got one. I said the track guy at DuQuoin gave us a spot to plug it in, a portable one, and I had a tube, a big 18-inch tube that went from it, and I made and the back door. And the back doors, I had a big piece of steel cut out with a round opening and put the tube in there, right?
I had a couple of tubes too.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, Greg, that you had to turn that thing down. It got so cold in there, right? But he was, he stayed there. And that's how we shipped the rest of the way. And other people like that.
But again,
the guy that wanted to pay for that.
The little things. Okay, about having the night watchman, I can't imagine now that it's over. Imagine people say, "Well, I have the cameras." Even if you have the cameras, by the time that the cameras can't, they can go in and do something, with a disguise on or something. So the cameras are not going to stop that.
I don't know if you were listening, but last week you remember what happened to the night watchman that Jim Crane had in Nero, didn't you?
No.
At Roosevelt?
No.
Jim Crane was a very nice guy, but he was kind of like
I knew him. Yeah, he had Nero. He had.
He was like
Royce.
an inventor. He was kind of an inventor. So he built this house, a little house that had all hinges on it, so you could fold it up, right? And then you could put it in the back of a pickup truck or the back of a truck. And then he set it up right in the barn where the 2 barns that burnt down at Roosevelt. He set it right outside there. And his guy, in fact, I saw a video. Joe, listen to this. I saw a video of Nero, and it showed a picture of the guy sitting in the house. I actually saw a picture of a heavyset guy sitting in the house. So, and it was during the summer. It was hot. And during the night, I don't know if it was a joke or not, somebody went over there. They lifted the little house right up over the night's watchman. He was sitting in a beach chair and stole it. The next morning, he was still sleeping there when everybody came to the barn, just sleeping right out in the road, like in a chair like that, because somebody had stolen his night watchman house.
They picked it right up.
Picked it right up. You can pick it right up. It was, it was the size of just enough for a chair. It had a door and a window, and they just picked it right up, folded up, and stole it. No one even know what happened to it. But Jim Crane was beside himself with that.
Greg, you want to answer that question that's up there?
Larry, I am falling asleep here.
Yeah,
come on.
We're gonna give the 10-minute warning at midnight. We're off. Just so we'll clear up.
I'm gonna have to go to the men's room.
I don't think that.
Greg, I've seen. Yeah, you're right, PM, about Bojangles, but Dr. Ian Moore. And the question is, will he be Horse of the Year? The 2-year-old normally does not get the Horse of the Year, plus the fact that he didn't come here to the U.S. But I think conventional wisdom is the irony of Blueprint having the stall getting over the gate because the mare got loose in the barn overnight, that he probably will not get horse of the year. I don't have a vote.
Is that why he didn't win that race?
Yeah, what happened was he was shipped into Canada.
Yeah.
And in somebody else's barn.
Right.
They had half a dozen in there or something, and then the other guy had 20 or whatever. And a mare got loose overnight. And then what he did is he got up over the yoke gate. And when they came in the morning, he had his front feet here in front of the gate and his hind feet in the stall. And they didn't realize he had broken ribs.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I think he finished what, 4th or something? 5th?
No, he was back. But you know
He was
what?
back?
You know what? It's easy for us to say, but that's a stable.
Yeah.
Ronnie Burkett's like a chief executive officer, so
yeah.
There's more chance of them having an accident anyway. But I'm sure if Ronnie had his data, I'll bet you it'll never happen again. Put it that way, that he'll safeguard him. Yeah. It's just probably one of those things because, I know some guys say that, well, let them be a horse, anything could happen. So I don't know, but it was too bad because that was, and he still is quite a horse, and he should get a great book and he'll be a great sire. But back to Muscle Hill, by the way, you'd never even notice him in the stall. He was so quiet. And Bob Baffert told me American Pharaoh was like that. You'd never really even notice him in the barn. Huh?
Did you pick him out, Gregory?
Yeah. Picked him out on video, and that's another story for another day. But yeah, and it was only me too. But I should have owned a piece of him, and I didn't, and that's what's hurt me. It was I usually owned a piece of my horses, and I didn't with him. So that's why I say sometimes, as I say, he's the best thing that happened, but the worst thing is then you try to play catch up after that. Yeah,
great memory to have something like that.
But with Bojangles, Bojangles is by a horse called Cattle Wash, which is an island. It's not washing cattle. And he's undefeated for Dr. Ian Moore in Canada. He won the Metro,
right,
which is the richest 2-year-old race. And he also won the Breeders' Crown. So, he's the one. PM just pointed that out. He's won effortlessly. He's been really, really good.
He just powers them to the front and he keeps going.
Yeah.
He just leaves wherever he leaves. They do anything to him. Minute he gets to the front, he just keeps going. They can't catch him. Big horse.
And Larry, nobody tries to park him either, right? They don't try and park him.
No, he's
what they'll do is
very impressive.
Well, here's what they'll do is that they'll get to the quarter pretty quick to get him there a little bit quick to make him work a little bit, just getting around them. That's a little bit. But you don't see them, trying to leave them out there because, and that was let's face it, as far as the giving the holes, Monticello, everybody was probably dog eat dog like I was from home, but there was always a click. And if you weren't in the click, you might get parked more often, right? If you were at Roosevelt, you had Carmine and Buddy Gilmore and Hervé and Benny Webster, or you mentioned Ray Jean early, a bunch of them, same as at the Meadowlands. Technically what they should do is whatever they think is best to win the race. And that might mean letting somebody in or not keeping the front, because a lot of what time is if you got to work to keep the front and you get tired, huh? Like we all are. I wish I could be like Larry.
That's another rule the judges made that it's idiotic, in my opinion, that you can't give up no holes. That has to do with a strategic situation. If giving up a hole rather than having him sit outside park and once you park a guy, especially if you're in the 2-hole and you're keeping the guy out, or in the 3-hole, you're keeping the guy out and he realizes that he's out there for forever. The lead horse now is going to take advantage of that and just keep backing up. They might be 2 tiers, but it's going to be 2 tiers behind the horse that they parked. Now the slower the fractions go, because nobody's challenging the lead horse, he might stay there for a long, long time. And because you shut him out, you ain't ever getting out, where all you had to do was just let him in. And as long as you let him in, and this way you can come out whenever you want. But I've seen that happen many, many times too. So it's all strategic moves, and all the good drivers know that. So, and that's why it's so hard for guys like Manny to make these statements. They never drove, and that's why I told Manny, get your license, amateur license, and get in there, and you'll see what it's like. You'll know what it's like to be locked in. You'll know what it's like for a guy who's cutting it, and you're in a 2-hole, and he jams, and he really backs into you pretty fast, and you have a horse that's a little grabby, and before you know it, you're leaning straight back, and the horse is wheezing and choking. There's 2 tears, you can't get out. You live through that. I lived through 60 years of that stuff. So when Manny, who never drove a horse, says these things, you got to kind of respond, because I feel if I don't respond, the guys that know would say, well, how could you not say something about that? It's not right. So that's why a lot of times I say, but so that's there's a lot of strategy involved in racing horses.
It sure is.
So sometimes leaving the gate, and everybody knows this, leaving the gate, you say, all right, I'm going to leave. And before you know it, there's 4 horses on the inside of you that as soon as the wings open, they got a half a length on you. All of a sudden, the whole strategy changes. You just got to make these split-second decisions. But the top guys, it not only comes natural, these decisions come naturally. Sometimes you see these moves that you have to make before you even make them. Before it happens, you just know it's going to happen. So that's why it's so important and that's why a lot of times I try to protect Manny, but I did it in the wrong way.
Races always don't go to plan.
Yeah.
Larry,
you handicap a race, it doesn't go like that all the time.
Yeah.
Larry, when you have Michael Chance on, you're not going to forget to ask me, right?
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I said whenever you have Michael Chance back on, I told you I'd like to be on that night.
Oh, absolutely! I send you a link every time.
I know you do, and I know you do, and I appreciate it. But I have a couple of stories that I know that he will definitely relate to.
I have to. Joe, you know him. You know him well. You're the one that got him on the show and everything. You got to call him up because
I've been meaning to call him, see how he's feeling. I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
He said a month ago that he's ready to come back on.
I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
So you'll call him.
Didn't he have a little health issue, Joe?
What's that?
Mike, didn't he have a health issue?
Yeah, something minor. He's okay. Yeah. I think so. I'm gonna find out tomorrow. There's a question here for me about Rockingham. It says, Joe, did you enjoy racing at Rockingham? I was a New Hampshire resident for a few years. It was a beautiful state. Well, I raced at Rockingham. It was like a 3-month vacation for me every time I went there. I loved it. The track was beautiful. The barn area was like Roosevelt a lot, but there was no blacktop. It was all dirt. And the barns were spread out like in circle, like Roosevelt. And it was a great place to race. And, especially when you made a lot of money there and, you win in races, and it was great. Everybody barbecued on Sunday afternoons, and a lot of good people working, I'd have people line up on a Saturday, Sunday for paddocks, I'd have 10, 12 horses in. And they all line up for paddocks, and there was a lot of good people and a lot of fun up there.
No, I'll bet you.
What PM says here is so true. One thing about the horse business, you cannot fake it. Whether you're a groom, a trainer, or a driver, you'll be exposed immediately. That's so true.
Very true.
Yeah. All right, it's 2:00.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. Can we go now?
I think so.
Okay.
Ronnie,
all right.
You should speak. I love talking to you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's just a gentleman.
Thank you.
Joe, as they say, Joe is a class guy, always the same. So is Larry. I feel blessed to be around you guys. I feel very fortunate.
Right.
Yeah.
Sal's gonna be on Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know one thing, and I told you this, if Sal can do anything to help you, he will. He'll go to the
He's
end of the
already
year.
doing it.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. I hope Joe's father is okay so Joe can join us Thursday, because they're very, very good friends, and it'd be great. And if
I'm going to do my best. It's just that
Well,
they're
remember,
probably gonna
Joe,
put him in a-
listen, Joe's, I said it was your Ed McMahon, but he's gotten to be my Ed McMahon as well. So, you know, no, what it is, Ronnie, Joe has this way about him. Larry and I get a little upset. Joe, he got over getting upset years ago. He's told me all about it.
Yeah, I had enough of.
I think if Ron isn't doing anything Thursday, I'm going to send him a link, and because he's a great listener and he really enjoys Sal, and
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna send Joe. So it'd be great. It'd be
Okay.
probably be me, Greg, Joe, Ron, and Sal. And if Freddie wants to come on, Freddie. You know, we don't freeze up anymore. And in fact, Greg, you're perfect now. You used to freeze up all the time.
Yeah,
And
but
I
I'm
don't know
still
what
getting
you
this
did.
film around me.
Yeah, well, you can't stop that. You got that fake background, so that always happens. But that's what we'll do Thursday. And if Freddie comes on, that's fine. Freddie text me, his computer is shot. He don't have a computer no more. They saved the information that was on the computer, and now he has to go on his telephone, which is really not good. But if Freddie wants to come on Thursday, there'll be all of us, including Ron.
Does that mean that is O'Donnell tributary not going to come on?
No, he has all the all the stuff that was in the computer, but now the problem is he has to get a computer, and then I don't know anything about that stuff, but I think he can put everything on the new computer. But it's got to come out. It's all done. So
okay.
That's what Freddie told me. So I don't know.
By the way, Ronnie, I could have O'Donnell on, but we got too many. See, Larry, that's the only thing to me.
You can have O'Donnell on.
No, it's
10
take it
people
from
on here.
what? Wait now. I know a little bit about people. It's way too many faces. I think
Okay.
that 4 or 5 at the most.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Because here's what it is. Ronnie is a show in himself. Like Ronnie still hasn't finished his stories. So I look at Ronnie like that you know, when you get him on, I want to get him talking, not listening. Want to mine him a little bit. You know, there's that. So that's the problem of getting too many on. And I was hoping
you're right.
Sal, again, what I'd like to do is try and get a good hour with Sal to, you know, use because again, believe me, I don't want to be talking all the time, but it ends up that way at times. I get that. And Larry kind of wants me to take the lead, so I do what I'm told. But, you know, I like getting people on, you know, who have an interesting story. And Sal, you know, does have that. And again, he's just such a class guy. He's nice to listen to.
Now that you
figure it out.
Now that you said what you said, I'm still sending Ron a link. And it's like me not sending Ron a link is like knowing the guy loves Sinatra, and you say they standing room only, and he says, I don't care. I'll stand. I want to see the show. And Ron is just very impressed with Sal. And
you know what would work well?
What?
The 4 of us, and just add Sal.
Well, that's what we're going to do.
No, you were saying this guy, that guy, the other guy.
Maybe. I mean, I can't tell Freddie not to come on.
No, obviously.
Even though you know, with Freddie on the phone, it's, you know, he was, you know, but if he wants to come on, I'm certainly not going to stop him. So, whatever.
Obviously not, and I'll talk to him anyway.
All right. So can we go now? I want to go down my ice
All
cream.
right. Larry,
you put a coat on? Did you put your coat on in between?
No, I had to open it up, and I opened up the window.
Oh, okay. So I see
I'm sweating. I have that back
Yeah.
problem, and I'm just soaking wet with sweat now.
But
All right,
by the
well-
way, see the other one I just thought of too. But again, he's got a ton of yarn left. Is Trade. He's got a lot of stories. Trade.
Yeah, Trade's cool.
No, that's
Larry,
no BS.
Larry,
I'm telling you, Trade.
Larry, I would like to be on the show one time when you got Trade Martin on, because I'm going to tell you something.
okay.
I'll be able
I
to get
sent
him.
you a link.
I can get him going like nobody else.
And I have the
Joe,
song
you know what I'm
that
talking
I
about, right?
talked about.
Yeah.
Huh?
I
You
have
know that, Larry?
song. What?
Larry, I can
What?
get Trade. I don't even know him. I like him. I respect him. But 10 minutes after talking to him, I bet you I can get him going. Like, you're going to have to say, whoa, stop. Because I'm going to get him into politics, and I know what direction he goes
We'll have
in.
a lot of fun.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
I know what direction he goes in, because I don't know if you noticed, but he made a comment last week was unbelievable. I think he's a great guy, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care what he says.
He don't care. Do
He
you
says,
know that
he says the truth.
Yeah.
he used to pack all these places wherever he played? He packed them. You couldn't get in. Once he started with that government stuff and all the politics, he lost 3/4 of his audience. They yell too. Even Webster.
Really?
I come here to listen to music and to dance. I don't want to hear about this. He didn't care. And
No,
pretty
he
soon
wouldn't.
nobody wants to see
No,
him.
he doesn't care. But I like the guy. He seems like a very nice guy, talented guy. I listened to some of his old records. I actually knew a couple of them. But I think he's very humorous, to tell you the truth. He's very
Yeah,
humorous,
he
and
is.
he knows how to slip something in there.
Yep.
He knows
Well,
how to slip.
I
He knows how to
picked
slip
those
something.
things.
That's why he's
And
so creative.
then Larry goes, "Oh, here we go again."
Here we
Oh,
go.
no.
All right, let's
Please.
go to the questions.
Yeah.
Do you
But
know
anyway-
that he probably has $1 million worth of guitars?
Yeah.
He was a what do you call it? A prodigy, a prada. That's what he was with the guitar. He was like, and all of them rock and roll records. He was the guitar player all in the 50s, in the 60s. Plus, he wrote all them commercials for all them major companies, not only the airlines but all the other. He wrote them. He did them. He produced a lot.
He's very interesting. Very interesting person.
He did a lot more than what he talks about.
Yeah.
And you got to bring it up because a lot of times he forgets. He's not as bad as me, but he forgets.
He's
But
a
that
very
one
interesting
thing that I
guy.
gave him, and I got the song. The one thing that I gave him, he actually, to do me a favor, he actually hired a guy that plays that guitar laying down. He actually hired
Steel
and it's-
guitar.
Yeah, it's unbelievable
Pedal
how
steel.
he put that whole thing together.
Right.
And I find, in fact, I went to Danny DeVito, the guy who started the Four Seasons. I went to his daughter's house for dinner on Sunday.
Tommy DeVito, no?
Tommy DeVito. What did I say?
Danny DeVito.
No, Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
And I went to and I took 1 million pictures of all the stuff she had on the walls, and I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
You
But
went
anyway,
to DeVito's on Sunday.
Yeah, and yeah, we had dinner there. And why does Trade come into it? I forgot.
About guitars, about the guy playing the guitar. What was it? Sitar?
No, it was a steel guitar, I
A
think.
steel guitar, okay.
Pedal steel guitar.
Yeah. I thought you meant a sitar, Ravi Shankar.
No.
Yeah.
What they're doing now is they're writing a book about their father. Her father was a very, very interesting guy. Her father was a tough guy. Her father, and the reason, and Juicy was there. Juicy was the one that wrote this thing with Trade. So he was there. And I asked him if he had that song, and he called me up the next day. He says he still has it. So I'm going to go pick it up. So we'll be able to play it. But what Darcel is doing, Darcel is Tommy DeVito's daughter. She's putting together. She has 2 gigantic scrapbooks of pictures with him, with Sinatra, with every major star, and But he was one of the guys when they were kids. Juicy and Cabert grew up together. They were the bosses of that area, and they I'm going to say this. I don't even care. They because everybody knows it anyway. They did one robbery. Juicy was the boss. He was 10 years older than them. And Tommy DeVito was one of them, and they wound up getting caught and going to jail because the rat in the crew was Frankie Valli. He ratted on everybody, and they all went to jail, and Frankie didn't. That's why when people say, "Why do you not like this guy and not like that guy?" I look. I have the attitude it's okay to be in the room with a snake as long as you know he's a snake. That's my attitude, as long as you know the guy. But when you do such bad things and like don't care about nobody, I can't feel that way. I don't even want to be in the same room with you. I mean, we were having dinner one night. It was me and a couple of people and Pesci, because Pesci was there. They had a back room for him, a special room, and he gets up on the stage to say something. And then he says something like, look, if I see one phone up taking a video of this, I'm stepping down. Like, what are you, fucking kidding? Well, who do you think you are? I mean, I remember when you were a barber, when you were begging for work. I remember when Juicy saved your life twice when you were running numbers. And now you have this attitude. So we go in the other room, and he says, "Come on, we'll all take pictures and everything else." And he got insulted. I don't need a picture. I don't need a picture.
Who's that? Pesci?
Pesci, yeah. I don't need a picture. And I don't like him. The only reason I don't really come down on him is because he made Alfred a living. Alfred made a living playing Pesci's double and stand-in and getting parts of the movie. And Alfred says, "Take it easy." But I'm starting little by little because Pesci now is retired. He don't want to know nobody. In a way, I feel sorry for him. But in another way, when you grow up with a guy like Alfred, and he used to go to Alfred's house every single day and record, because Alfred has a little studio there, and record. Yeah. He really want to be a singer every single day. All right. Alfred made a movie about a round table, all musicians, and they all talk about the old days and everything else. Pesci was in town, and he asked Pesci, he says, "Listen, what would be great is like at the end of the sit down, at the end of the dinner, we would like you to come up the ramp where we had the table outside and just say, 'Who called for an Uber?'" But just Pesci do it. That would be the end of the thing. He was in town. He was blocked, so he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't the forward for Frankie Vincent. Here's a guy that they played in the same. Frankie Vincent is his group. He hired Pesci to play the guitar.
Yeah.
He wouldn't write.
I'm surprised to hear that. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's stuff like that.
I remember he was in Amici's.
Remember him when he ran numbers when he was a kid. One of the button guys. I don't want to mention any names. I just mentioned the two names I already did. He hit the number, and he had 500 coming. So Pesci goes to his boss, the bookmaker, and he says, "So and so hit the number." He says, "You never handed in the slip," which is a bullshit. He did hand in the slip, and he says, "Look, stop fooling around. This guy will kill me. You know who he is. He's stone killer. He'll kill me." He says, "You never handed the slip in." Pesci was petrified. He goes to Juicy, my friend. Goes to Juicy, and Juicy, "Come with me. Take me to your bookmaker." He said, "Give him the money." And he got the money. That happened twice. Okay? 45 years later, my friend was in jail for 45 years. He gets out of jail. Whatever money he had in the street is gone. Everything is gone. He had nothing. He come to my house. I gave him 4 or 5 suits, a bunch of shirts. I gave him everything and as much money as I possibly could. Not only then, but through the years, got him a car, the whole bit. the reason I'm saying this is not to make myself good. Is I'm going to tell you what happens now. Now, I lose my job. I can't help no more, and it's not good. It's not good. His wife waited for him all that time. He goes to the Chandelier, a place where his friend owned, and he's hanging out there every day. That's his only. He walks to the place and he hangs out there. They're having a repast one day. Who's there but Pesci? Because another mob guy they had a repast. Pesci runs into him. And he says, "How you doing, Juice? Ain't seen you. All right. How you been?" He says, "How am I been? I never paid taxes. I have no Social Security. Whatever the hundreds of thousands I had in the street are all gone. I have nothing." He says, "All right, give me your address. I'll send you a check." Now here's a guy who saved your life 2 times. You grew up with him. So Juicy calls me up. He says, "Can you pick me up? I'll have breakfast. I got something to tell you." So I pick him up. We go to the diner, and he tells me the story. He says, "How much you?" He's all excited. Here's a really, really tough guy and a good guy. One of them top guys that are very quiet and low key. Like I said, he's the only one that Bert wouldn't mess with. Only him. He's the only guy. And so he says, "What do you think he's going to send me?" He's all excited. I says, "Minimum." Now, at that time, Pesci's worth 40, 50 million. "What do you think he's going to give me?" I says, minimum 10,000. That's minimum. He should give you 20, 30,000. He should give you 100,000. I mean, he's.
I would have said 50,000 minimum.
Yeah, I mean, he got 50, 60 million.
What are you giving? 500?
1,000. You know what I told Juicy? I says, "Let me see. I'm going to call my sister, see if she'll give me $1,000. I'll give you the 1,000 and tell him to send the check back up his ass." And he wouldn't do it. He says, no, leave your sister alone. He says, at least it's something. But how could you respect a guy like that?
$1,000.
The only bad thing why I don't really come down on him too bad, even though I don't like him, is because the only one left in his whole family is his daughter, and she's retired, and he takes care of her. He moves her out, and he takes real good care of her. Everybody else, he pays no attention to. Even Alfred. When Alfred calls him, here's a guy he grew up with. When Alfred calls him, he don't even have his direct cell number. He changed his phone. He wouldn't give nobody's. You got to call his assistant to Alfred, the guy that grew up with him for 80 years. You got to call his assistant to get to him. Now, I can understand that with certain people, but they got to be a handful of people in your life that you grew up with, that you would do anything for.
Right.
What's this bullshit? Because if that was me, I would say, "What are you kidding? We know each other. We know each other forever. I got to call your assistant to get in touch with you," and I don't get it. And this is
That's disgusting.
Frankie Valli pulls, and Frankie Valli, he wouldn't help anybody in his family. I know, not even him and his brother, who's singing around here to the Frankie Valli's songs. He sings around here. He won't help him. He don't even want to talk to him. Frankie Valli, for the last, and I can understand this too, because if that's all you know, that's all you want to do. For the last 10 years, he no more live shows. It's all
He lip syncs.
He lip syncs everything.
Right.
You're worth almost $100 million. You're 90. I think you're 90 years old. You had 50 bypasses and everything else. Just pack it in. But when I mentioned that Sunday at the dinner, everybody says, "Well, that's all he knows and everything else." Well, why don't he take some of that money and help all the people? Do you know that they try to leave? That's why when they were going to make the movie about. And I gave him the title. I says, "This is Tommy DeVito before the Four Seasons, before Jersey Boys, and before Vegas."
Frankie Valli.
and this is a story. Do you know that I think it was Joe Pesci and Frankie Valli put up 100,000 each, and they got Jersey Boys going, and they tried to leave Tommy DeVito out of it. The founder, the guy who hired Pesci and hired everybody, the founder, they tried to leave him out, and the lawyers got involved with the cut. They says, how could you do a show about the Jersey, about the Four Seasons, without the guy who founded, who hired everybody, who everything? And then they says, you can't do it. So they had to call him up and give him a piece. Now, there was another good friend of mine and of everybody's. He played with the Four Seasons, I think, for 14 years or 20 years. He was in fact, Paul McCartney said he was the second best after me left-handed guitar player that there was. He played with them for almost 20 years. Now the guy is dying. He had cancer, and he's broke. He's in bad shape. So Alfred called everybody to try to get him in, and Frankie Valli wouldn't put him in. I mean, how much money do you want? How could you not put a guy in that was the bass player that basically controlled the whole sound and been with you for 20 years, one of the best guitar player in the country, and you won't put him in? And the poor guy died broke, and we all got together and paid for everything, but it's the same. Like, how much money do you want? You're 90 years old. You got $100 million. It's just unbelievable. And the stories that were told around that dinner table Sunday were unbelievable. And there were a lot of stories that I didn't know, because Tommy DeVito's first wife was there and his daughter was there. And they lived through all of this. And the disgusting things that they did. Alan Toley, in fact, I'm going to tell him to give me the song. He wrote a song. Not only did he write that song for Sinatra, Here's to the Band, he wrote a song when he played it for me years and years ago. It sounded just like the Four Seasons song. You'd never know that. But Bob Gaudio, who wrote all the songs for the Four Seasons, right now he's worth another $100 million. He's in Louisiana or wherever it is, down where they do all the country stuff. And he sent it down there, and he says, we won't play any song that I don't write. Here's another guy who Pesci brought in and made Tommy DeVito, not make him, but the guy was talented. Pesci brings him in. Tommy DeVito says, okay, it's a favor to you, but if you don't want, and he worked out. And now you don't want to help. You
abandon him.
This is a shit that gets me. And how much money do you want? He won't answer nobody's calls no more. The only thing where I really don't crucify him, and I could, is because he's taking care of his daughter now, who's retired and can't. So he's doing that. But he's on the golf course every single day. But he takes excellent care. He has a girl keeper. And the other thing he did that was nice was one of his wives, that real pretty girl, when they got divorced, he offered her money. She wouldn't take nothing. But what she did was she tried to kill her next husband, and she wound up going to jail for that. He didn't die, and Pesci paid for the whole trial. He paid for the lawyers. He paid for everything. But why does it have to be a girl? Why does it have to be? I don't want to curse or say bad words, but why does it always have to be a female that you help? When guys, you just met her a couple of years ago, you married her. Now you're paying all her bills and everything else, and you're doing everything you can so she don't go to jail for trying to kill her ex-husband. What about the guys that you grew up since you were kids? What about Frankie? How could you not go to Frankie Vincent's funeral? How could you not go there? Me and Alfred were the first one at Frankie
I'm
Vincent.
surprised to hear that, because Frankie Vincent became a big star in The Sopranos.
Yeah, Yeah, and
Yeah.
Frankie Vincent and him grew up together.
Yeah.
Frankie Vincent was in Goodfellas.
And he
Yeah.
hired Joe Pesci, and then Frankie Vincent asked him to write a book. Frankie Vincent wrote a book called A Man's Man or something like that, and he asked Pesci to write the foreword. And Pesci says, "Nah, then I do it for you. I have to do it anybody." I would have grabbed him by the throat and says, "I ain't anybody. I'm the guy that grew up with you. I'm the guy that gave you your first job with my band. I'm that guy. I don't get it. And I can't say the younger generation because these guys are older than me. But to do something like that, you really got to be a scumbag. And that's it. And that's why I didn't even want him sitting by me. And then the worst part is after the thing is all over, we walk out of that room after a while, and he comes up next to me and he says, "Why didn't you want a picture?" I said, "Joe, I know you. What do I need a picture for? I don't, like he was like insulted. Well, who cares?" Now, Frankie Vincent was supposed to be my partner on this podcast. That's why we started it, to sell the book. But he died before the first episode. And me and Alfred were the first ones at his bedside when Doc Conti, who was in The Sopranos and all the movies, he owned the restaurant Goodfellas. When we went up there, me and Alfred and him were really good friends. And Doc Conti says he's brain dead. It was 10-15 minutes before his wife found him on the floor, and he got no oxygen to the brain. He's brain dead, so she's going to have to make a decision. And sure enough, so now the next question is, Pesci, how could you not go to the funeral? How could you not do that? And he says, "Well, I don't want everybody coming around me and everything else." You fucking mutt. And that's just how I feel. I can't.
Yeah.
And all the people that I have around me, not that I'm somebody that wanted people, but I got a lot of people around me, and a lot of people that knew what I did my whole life and still come on the show and still call me. So I can't handle. I shouldn't be throwing rocks, but I can't handle people like that. How much money do you want? Do you want to you want to die with $100 million in the bank because it's just. And how could you not, knowing the people that are asking you for a favor, that like Pat Gallo put Pesci to work. They grew up together. Pat Gallo, great singer, great entertainer, and everything else. He was doing no good when all the Beatles start and all the rock and all the music changed. He was a headliner. He used to go out with Shirley Bassey. He was a headliner all over the place. And all he said was, "Joe, give me a little part here. I gotta start to earn a living. I can't. I'm getting no more work and everything else." He says, "All right, I'll call you." He never called him. He never called. He used to come to me. And the windup was for 6 months, because he had a bad back, I had to carry. He started from having a big orchestra. He got to the point where he's playing the music, and just singing but he couldn't carry the speakers in and the turntable for 6 months. Every night or 3 times a week, whenever he can get work, he got to make $100 a night, where he used to make thousands. And I used to help him because Pesci wouldn't help him. It's just something.
Well, you know what it is, Larry. I got Vince Gill. I'm a country music fan.
Yeah.
His father wrote a song called "The Key to Life," and one of the lyrics is, "It's all for nothing if you don't stay the same." Which are but there's the people that you're talking, they don't stay the same. In other words, the changes everything. That the money, the fame, everything. And by the way, with the relative fame that I had in the business there for a couple of years with him and other horses, I like nothing better than to share with people. And I'm surprised, the stories you're telling, but I believe you, why people would even have to ask You know, to me, guys in a position like that should get up every so often and say to themselves, I wonder, is there somebody, one of my buddies, who needs something? Because I'm only going to pay it in tax anyway. They don't do that, though.
No.
It's unbelievable, and it's so sad. It's so sad when you grow up and you see a guy begging for work. You see a guy begging for work. You know this guy that owns this club. See if he'll come in, and that's why the movie that Alfred made, that Pesci wouldn't do that bit part in there, was a movie called "Does the Band Eat?" And what that means is that they were all in the same band together for years. And why he named it "Does the Band Eat?" was because whenever you go to a restaurant owner or a club owner, you talk about the price and everything else, and then the last thing you say is, well, does the band eat? Because if he feeds the band, it's a different price than if he don't feed the band. So he named the movie "Does the Band Eat?" All of these guys grew up together, and Pesci just got lucky. He never went to acting school. That's just the way he is. But the parts that he plays is just the way. Same thing with Frankie Vincent. Same thing. Frankie Vincent went to jail. Frankie Vincent dealt drugs. Frankie Vincent did everything. But when he got the chance, and they both got the chance because of me, because of Jake LaMotta and his wife Vicky came up to my table because I had horses with Vicky's first husband, Jerry Glantz, and I got his son come to work for me. I got him his license and everything else. So they come up and they asked me and Ronnie and Gracia to be, they needed extras and they needed stars and this and that. And De Niro was living at their house. And I told them, I says, go see Pesci. They're all putting together. They're filming. They all hired agents and they all filming their acts because Atlantic City was opening. And they all sent their managers sent the tapes of their show. All
promos.
So I said, so that's what happened. Pesci they were working in this restaurant. I can't think of the name of the restaurant. The whole band. But during the week, the owner couldn't pay the band. So they only needed 3 pieces. So they made Pesci, who was very personable and everything, and everybody knew him. They made him the maitre d'. So the phone rings. He says,
Amici's restaurant.
What is it?
Amici's.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know him from then. I was there.
Yeah. Can we speak to Joe Pesci? And Pesci says, and this is just how it went because he told me. Yeah, your mother's. And then he said something dirty. He hung up. And De Niro called back 3 times before he convinced him that it was. And that's how he got the part. And they all went down there, and Pesci was the perfect guy for that part.
Yep.
And he won an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. And then for 3 years, he used to call up all the time asking for money. He says, I'm laying blacktop in the street. It's 100. I got to get out of here. I can't believe it. I won an Academy Award, and I can't get work down here. I'm coming back home. And if it wasn't for Muzzy, who was another saxophone player, part of the group, Muzzy says, just stick it out. I'll send you money. Stick it out. And he stuck it out, and then he got parts here and then parts there, and then he became who he is. How could you not help your a handful of guys that grew up with? How could you not help them along? I don't guess it.
I couldn't understand that either.
Not only that, but Muzzy was played in almost every club that they played in. Muzzy was another one, saxophone player. Him, Frankie played the drums, and him, he helped nobody, and he didn't even help Frankie Vincent. Frankie Vincent did it on his own merits. He went for auditions and everything else. It's just sad. And sitting around that dinner table and listening to these stories about what they did and how they did it and everything else, they paid off his gambling debts. They threw him out. They give him $100,000, and he went to Vegas. He was broken a week. Tommy DeVito. It was sad. And then instead of Pesci helping him out, he whenever he comes there, he give him bullshit money to drive him around to become his chauffeur. It's just.
We gotta go.
Okay. All right. Good night.
I think this is a record podcast.
Yeah.
12:35.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Thank you guys.
Ronnie, it was excellent. Really, we'll talk soon.
Ronnie, Larry, Gregory.
Joe, love you. Terry, love you. You're great guys.
Joe, Mike, Jen. All right. I hope you
Yeah,
both.
yeah.
Okay. I'll see you, Ron. Thanks for coming on, and I'll see you.
Thank you.
See you.
Good night,
Bye.
good night, good night.
Bye. 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 And